All right, welcome everybody. We're going to start our Narragansett Town Council regular meeting, November 15th, 2021 at 7:30 p.m. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, so we're going to start with the approval of minutes. Do we have a motion to approve the August 18th, 2021 special meeting minutes?
I'll move the motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion approved, 5-0. Next, we are going to present a proclamation and ceremony for Native American Heritage Month. We have Alicia Vignali from the town's IDEA committee, and we're going to have her come up first to get us started. Thanks, Alicia.
Thanks, Alicia.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right, perfect. Good evening, everyone. My name is Alicia, and I am the chairperson of the Narragansett IDEA committee, which is Inclusion, Diversity, Equity, and Awareness. We are absolutely honored and excited to be here this evening because the town of Narragansett has accepted our recommendation to officially declare by proclamation this November and each one thereafter Native American Heritage Month. This recommendation supports the mission of the IDEA committee, which is to showcase the town of Narragansett's commitment to create an authentic and intentionally inclusive community that promotes a culture of unity, tolerance, and empathy. This evening, we have with us First Councilman Cassius Spears Jr., Second Councilman Michael Monroe, and Councilwoman Heather Mars, along with some other members joining us from the Narragansett Tribal Council. Michael also serves on the IDEA committee alongside myself and some of the other members in attendance. So just a brief history, Native American History Month started as a week-long celebration in 1986 when President Reagan proclaimed a week of November as American Indian Week. In 1990, President George Bush approved a joint resolution designating the entire month of November as National American Indian Heritage Month. During his presidency, President Barack Obama changed the name to the current Native American Heritage Month. Every sitting president has issued a declaration, and many state and local governments have followed. Just this afternoon, President Joe Biden kicked off the first Tribal Nations Summit since 2016. And this is actually the first one that was ever hosted by the White House. He addressed over 570 tribes throughout the country. So we know the town of Narragansett is the namesake of the Narragansett tribe. This proclamation will dedicate November as a time for celebrating their rich culture, traditions, and histories while honoring the important contributions of the first inhabitants of our area. Native American Heritage Month is also a perfect time to engage with the public and, just like we're doing tonight, raise general awareness about the unique challenges Native people have faced both historically and in the present. We believe we can build awareness through supporting Indigenous business, providing opportunities for cultural exchange and accurate education, and by fostering genuine partnerships that don't only happen in November, but throughout the years. Celebrating Native American Heritage Month will open doors for more community conversations. These conversations will bring important and diverse perspectives together to continue to support the town of Narragansett's commitment of being a welcoming, safe, and inclusive community. So I'm going to turn that over to First Councilman Cassius, and thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, town councilors. My name is Cassius Spears. I'm an enrolled citizen of the Narragansett Indian Tribe. I'm also the first councilman of the Narragansett Indian Tribe. Today, I'm accompanied by my fellow tribal council members who are behind me. I'm going to have them come up and introduce themselves.
U ni kisak, ni tampawag, ni tatas awis, kwani nishwi kwani kawesa, na hahigansak, na hantak, katabatash. Good day, friends. Narragansett Tribal Town Council, forgive me. My name is Heather Maz Martins. I am Narragansett and Niantic, and I come to you to say thank you. Thank you for this act of kindness.
Natasaway, Waikai. I just want to thank you. My name, Waikai, means one who helps. I just want to thank the town council, the town of Narragansett. You also know me as Mike Monroe. I've been a resident here for 50 years, also a tribal member. I'm second councilman of the tribe. It's an honor to sit here today. It's forthcoming. I hope that from today on forward that we can all move together. We can sit down and have some dialogue in the future. I do sit on the IDA with Alicia, and it's been pretty good. You know I hear some stuff. I hear everything in this town. I've been here for quite a while, so I hope we all can work together. We have generations that we look after, and you also have generations that you look after, so I hope we all can have a good dialogue after this day. I just thank you.
Thank you, Mikey.
I also want to extend my thanks to the town and the councilors in front of me for offering this time and taking this action that's going to hopefully shed light on the Narragansett Indian tribe, and our involvement moving forward is my hopes, something that can be built upon. I'm here tonight to offer those warm gratitudes and thanks for this proclamation. It is known that the Narragansett people are the indigenous people of the bays and peninsulas here in Rhode Island, and we've called this place home since time immemorial. With over 30,000 years of memories, relationships, and communities that exist right here in this town, we have a unique relationship with this place. It's a part of our creation. It's a part of who we are. It's our namesake, this location. We've maintained that long relationship, and we continue that relationship till today. You'll see us out on the wall or in the rocks fishing for tautog. You'll see us in your schools. You'll see us within shopping plazas. You'll see us running businesses as community members of this town. This is important for us to reflect on that history, because for us, time is different. This action may be one small step for a day or a month or a year, but for us, we think in terms of generations. So when we take this step, when we take this first approach to acknowledging the indigenous people, the Narragansett people who call this land home, who are the original inhabitants of this place, to take this step and make sure that their history, their culture, and their identity is recognized. It's not just for us, for me here today and my council people here today, but it's for those generations to come. And we hope that this is a place that we can start those conversations and that we can move forward in terms of progress and in terms of building our community as a whole between tribe and town, and so that we can build Narragansett as a community together and without forgetting our past. We acknowledge this proclamation to make November Native American Heritage Month. And as for, we ask for this effort to observe and recognize the Narragansett Indian tribe and all our indigenous people everywhere, and to do this in observation and celebration. It is hoped that this proclamation will be the start of a meaningful relationship between town and the namesake, the Narragansett Indian tribe. I look forward to future partnerships in the years to come. Tabatni Weiyin. Thank you.
Thank you, Cassius. Yeah, I just want to, actually, before we go ahead and read this, does anyone from the council want to say anything before we move forward? Good, okay, all right, great. But yeah, thanks again to Alicia Vignali for working to get this in front of the council, and for Susan Cicilline Bonanno for her work on the IDEA committee, and then of course for Cassius, Heather, and Mike, and the other tribal members that are here tonight. We appreciate you guys being here. And I know we're all glad to be able to do this, and just to make sure that everyone understands how vital it is to acknowledge the people in the tribe and the Native Americans that were here before us, and to remember why Narragansett is called what it is called. So I'll go ahead and read the proclamation. So this is a Town of Narragansett proclamation for Native American Indian Heritage Month. Whereas the history and culture of our great nation have been significantly influenced by American Indians and indigenous peoples, and whereas the contributions of American Indians have enhanced the freedom, prosperity, and greatness of America today, whereas their customs and traditions are respected and celebrated as part of a rich legacy throughout the United States, and whereas Native American Indian Awareness Week began in 1976, and recognition was expanded by Congress and approved by President George Bush in August 1990, designating the month of November as National American Indian Heritage Month. And whereas in honor of Native American Indian Heritage Month, community celebrations, as well as numerous cultural, artistic, educational, and historical activities have been planned. Now therefore, we, the Town Council of the Town of Narragansett, do hereby proclaim November as American Indian Heritage Month, and urge all Narragansett residents to observe this month with celebrations by participating in programs, ceremonies, and activities. Great, thank you. So we're just going to take a quick 5-minute break just to get a couple photos, and then we'll start back up. Thank you. All right. Ready? All right, thank you. So next, we're going to move on to our next presentation. We have a presentation or some information about the process for permanent outdoor expansion of establishments, the Take It Outside initiative. We have our Community Development Director, Mike DeLuca. Thanks, Mike.
Good evening, Council President, members of the council, members of the public. I know this is a topic that's of great interest to our restaurateurs around the town. So I put together a little PowerPoint that shouldn't take too long, and I'll get right to it. So, hold on. Yep, I knew there was a background slide. So we know, most of this everybody knows, that in 2020, the COVID lockdown led to some real major concerns, major closings of restaurants, and the governor then implemented the Take It Outside initiative in May last year. So then on May 18th, the town council authorized temporary expansion of licensed premises, primarily focused on restaurants and other food establishments, to take advantage of Take It Outside. This authorization could apply to restaurants and other food establishments that do or do not have liquor licenses. At that time, we had 13 establishments submit plans and expansions that were approved, subject to, but they were subject to review upon renewal in 2021, which is coming up right now. In July 2021, the lockdown was lifted by Governor McKee, as we know, but before that, the General Assembly passed a bill that extended the Take It Outside authority to April of next year. So I believe you're going to be asked tonight to continue that allowance for the 13 establishments and maybe more, but the 13 establishments that are already in place. So in the immediate future, what the restaurateurs need to do is to, first of all, follow the liquor license renewal. That has to happen under normal circumstances, as it will. But then the council will place a limitation on the expanded outside areas to limit it to the April 2022 deadline. In other words, the outside, under the current regulation, you're authorized to extend the Take It Outside component of not only liquor service, but food service to April 2022, which is when the bill that Representative McEntee sponsored will sunset. So what the restaurants need to do is to apply for a special use permit. They would do that through my department so that they can make permanent or even expand if they'd like, or even create new seating outside if it's a new restaurant that hasn't done it yet. And they need to do that between tonight and the end of the calendar year. What needs to happen is they need to provide us a signed application. There's an application fee. Provide us a site plan, a floor plan, and a parking plan. All right, so that's what needs to happen in the near future, and as you know, some of it's happening tonight. The long-term procedure, the community development staff will review each application for completeness. This is what we do with every special use permit and every variance. We will contact each individual and let them know if there's anything missing. That will happen between now, if we get applications starting tomorrow, all the way through about the middle of January. Then we will place it on a planning board agenda. Since April 1st is our deadline for seamless continuation, the planning board meets on December 21st, January 19th, and February 15th. We will try to process the 13 applications and any more that come in on those meeting nights. If we get a lot, maybe several new ones, we may have to schedule a special planning board meeting. Then it would be advertised, public hearing. The advertisement is for the zoning board of review. It's not 3 successive weeks, my apologies. That's for zone changes. It's 2 weeks in advance of the public hearing. That's a typo. Following planning board review. and it would be placed on the zoning board agenda. We will have 3 zoning board agendas available, assuming we have slots available to place them on. We obviously have several other applications in the pipeline already. But January 20th, February 17th, and March 17th, if we can get through all of those and have the zoning board hold their hearings, review the applications, and issue the approvals, then on April 1st, when the take it outside authorization under the McEntee bill sunsets, they would already have their new special use permit in place and be ready for doing the liquor license follow-up, which they need to apply for permanence of the expanded liquor license. That's a separate task beyond the special use permit. So that's it in a nutshell. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mike. Any questions from the council?
Yeah, I got one. Is there any way you can streamline that at all without going through all these steps? Like,
The
pass the
zoning,
expansion one time through April, pass the liquor license one time through April, instead of,
I can't speak to the liquor licensing process. Ms. Taro might be able to answer that for you, but my understanding is that you're going to be reviewing licenses tonight.
right.
I believe that under the law that was passed, you can only continue the outdoor, take it outside component to it until the sunset from the General Assembly bill that was passed. So I believe, and I could be corrected by Ms. Taro or Mr. Callahan, that the license for permanence of the outside dining and outside liquor license will have to follow through secondary. So what I just proposed to you, what I just showed you in a nutshell is a special use permit for the exterior service in general, food, beverage.
Right.
You will then have to renew their liquor license for the expanded service area beyond the service area that is allowed without the take it outside authorization, which, as we know, is going to evaporate on April 1st.
Sorry, I asked. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Okay, anyone else? Good?
I have one question. Some of the expansions are much bigger and much more involved than others, so I assume that some of them will be pretty easy to evaluate and make a decision on. Some of them are going to require some additional activity just because they're pretty involved. Is that right?
Correct. I'm glad you asked the question. A few of them are very small, outdoor
Right.
expansions.
Couple tables, yeah.
And one of the things that people have to be aware of, the restaurant owners have to be aware of, is if you're moving into your parking lot, there's a double component to this, because parking requirements are based on seating. So if you're adding seating and removing parking, we need to know that you're still meeting the parking requirements. A property, a restaurant lot with a large parking lot like the Twin Willows may be able to do that and not have any impact. But there are some others, as you know, that have fairly small parking lots. That could be a problem. But as they go through the zoning process for the relief to add the seating, they can also ask for relief from the parking requirement.
Okay, thank you.
And it's up to the zoning board.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mike, for the explanation on this process. We're going to keep you up here for the next presentation. We have a few minutes before the public hearing, so why don't we try to get it in?
Sure. Give me 1 second to switch them.
Okay. Thanks. So we have so Mike is going to give us a status on the drafting of a short-term rental regulation. We did ask for this. Actually, a while back, we directed the town manager to do this.
I color-coded them so I'd know which one was which.
Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, so this is, you had asked us to do a short-term rental regulation, and this is in a fairly complicated undertaking. There's a lot of moving parts. Jumped ahead again. a little background, general information. Short-term rentals in the business are generally defined by rental of a dwelling unit for less than 30 days, or 30 days or less. In our town, the key things are, summer seasonal rentals. It would not, anything we write on this, at this level will not affect the school year rentals at all, because there would be in excess of 30 days. And this started out as a home sharing, sorry, I hit that too quick. A home sharing program. Back in the day, when it started, not even in this state, but elsewhere, it was about people being able to rent out the room above the carriage house and the extra bedroom after the kids had gone to college. And now it's become a much more robust sort of a program. They can include STR, short-term rental, can include carriage houses, apartments, condos, many other things. And as we know, VRBO and Airbnb are two of the major platforms that market these. There are in excess of 50 platforms, as far as I know. And the 2015 amendment in the Rhode Island tax law requires owners to register with the Division of Taxation and pay an annual permit fee, very nominal fee, but collect and remit both sales and hotel tax, of which the town receives a portion. The staff has reviewed several articles going into this presentation, as well as 4 specific ordinances from the state of Rhode Island, and 11 ordinances from around the country. This is just an outline of the types of things that you see in an ordinance. The type of unit that would be for rent, the maximum length of stay, the qualified area, good neighbor policies, or conversely, the town regulations to ensure that people are good neighbors, fines, occupancy restrictions, registration, both the actual registration itself in the fee and the specific taxation. So what this slide tells you, and I'm breezing through about a month's worth of work here, so I'm trying to give you just the first layer of information. There's much more to go. But what we'll see in our regulation will be registration and a specific permit for short-term rentals. Every ordinance we've looked at requires registration. What's interesting is that we already have rental registration. We're way ahead of the curve on that. So many communities around the country that I read about had no clue. They didn't know if they had 1,000 rentals or 20,000. So we're way ahead on that, and it's a real advantage for us. Most of them have a 1-year permit, which means it's renewable annually. And many of the ordinances, and what I would consider to be appropriate for us, authorize a representative to carry that out. Often it's a rental agent or a property management organization.
Mike, I'm going to have you hold for a little bit. It's 8 o'clock, so we need to.
Oh, it is.
Do our.
I will step away.
Yeah, we'll come back to you. Thank you. We're just going to move on to our public hearings since it's 8 o'clock. We'll take care of these and we'll come back to Mike. All right, we're going to start. Just want to make sure the stenographer is all set. Ready? Okay, great. Do we have a motion to schedule a public hearing to discuss the 2022 Rhode Island Department of Environmental Management Recreation Development Grant applications prepared by the Parks and Recreation Department? Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Okay, great. Motion by Susan, seconded by Eva. So this would be just to schedule. So any comments on this should be specific to scheduling, not the content of the item that'll be discussed during the public hearing. The recommended date is December 6th, 2021, so that would be our next meeting. And I believe the reason for getting that scheduled so quickly is because of the deadline to get the applications in. Any questions or thoughts from the council? You guys good? Okay. Anyone from the public wishing to give testimony on this? All right, great. And does anyone have any questions for Michelle? We'll wait, okay. All right, perfect. All right, so all in favor for scheduling this for December 6th?
Aye.
Aye. Motion approved, 5-0. Next, we have a motion to open and hold a public hearing on the renewal of the alcoholic beverage licenses for the license period of December 1st, 2021 to November 30th, 2022, and the expansion of licensed premises per applications. Do we have a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Second.
All right. Motion by Susan, second by Eva. So we basically have 5 types of liquor licenses. We have a total of 38 applications. So what we're going to do is see if there's anyone from the public who wants to testify or give testimony on these renewals. And then we have a separate motion in our regular agenda to vote on the specific renewals. So does anyone from the council have any comments?
I wanted to just ask one question, Janet, it's probably for you. We have some entities that have their liquor license renewed and some that it's not finished yet, is that right?
Some may have additional pieces that they have to send to us, but they will be approved dependent on them supplying those pieces of information.
Okay, because I was looking at the certificate of good standing, that's a requirement, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so, and some are missing, all right, thank you.
All right, anyone else from the council? Okay. All right, so if anyone from the public who wants to come up, we'll have you sworn in by our solicitor. Does anyone from the public have anything they'd like to say? Okay, so seeing none, so what we're going to do here is we'll close the public hearing, and what we have done in the past is then move up the agenda item so that the stenographer's here to have that on record as well. James, just really quick, is there any issue with moving that up ahead of open forum, presentations? Can we move that all the way up right now?
Sure.
We can? Okay. All right.
Close the public hearing and then we'll make a
Yep.
motion.
So do we have a motion to close the
I'll
public
make the
hearing?
motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion approved, 5-0.
And I'd like to move up, what's
Number
the
22.
number 22 on the agenda.
Okay.
I
and-
would like to move up 29.
Okay, well, that's fine, we can do that, but for now, we
Oh,
just
yeah.
want to we want to take care of the liquor licenses. So it would be 21 and 22 is what we want to do, right?
Yes,
All right, so do we have a motion for that?
22.
22.
All right, so what's the motion?
To
Move it up.
22.
We want to move it up to the front.
Motion
21 and
22.
20.
21.
22 and 23.
No, it's 21 and 22.
22 is the motion to approve the renewal of alcoholic beverage licenses. 23 is to extend the temporary
Yeah, so we want to do
expansion.
both of
You wanna do
those.
both of
Right.
them?
Yep,
Okay, so we move up the motions 22 and 23.
great.
And
Is
I'll
there-
second that.
All right, motion by Deb, seconded by Susan, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Eva, did you vote?
I did, yes,
Okay,
sorry.
all right. Motion approved, 5-0. All right, so motion number 22 is a motion to approve the renewal of alcoholic beverage licenses for the license period of December 1st, 2021 to November 30th, 2022, subject to compliance with all state and local regulations. Do we have a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Second.
All right. Okay, so we're going to go through these as sub-motions. So we'll have 5 sub-motions to vote on. So the first is a motion to renew the following Class A alcoholic beverage licenses, subject to compliance with all state and local regulations. Bonnet Spirits Incorporated, doing business as Bonnet Liquors, 965 Boston Neck Road. O'Neill's Package Store Incorporated, doing business as O'Neill's Package Store, 366 South Pier Road. Pier Liquors Incorporating, doing business as Pier Liquors, 29 Pier Marketplace. And Schwabe's Wine and Spirits Incorporating, doing business as Schwabe's Wine and Spirits, 855 Point Judith Road. Do we have that motion?
I'll move that motion.
Second.
Four.
Okay. So we just had the public hearing, so we don't take comment on these because we closed the public hearing. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion approved, 5-0. Next, we have a motion to renew the following Class B victualling limited alcoholic beverage licenses, 7, subject to compliance with all state and local regulations. Aunt Carrie's Incorporated, doing business as Aunt Carrie's, 1240 Ocean Road. Benny's Clam Shack LLC, doing business as Benny's Clam Shack, 12 Sand Hill Cove Road. JB Coffee Company LLC, doing business as Cool Beans Cafe, 18 Kingstown Road. Roy Jennings, Mary Jennings, and Amanda Lay Jennings, doing business as Hook, Lion, and Pizza, 1 Angel Road. Julio's LLC, doing business as Leo's Pizza, 909 Boston Neck Road. Monahan's Restaurant Incorporating, doing business as Monahan's Clam Shack, 190 Ocean Road. Casey Montanari, doing business as The Bike Stop Cafe, 148 Boone Street. Do we have a motion?
I'll move the motion to renew the Class B licenses.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion approved, 5-0. Next is a motion to renew the following Class B victualling alcoholic beverage licenses. Oh, sorry, one second. Sorry, strike that. It's a motion to renew the following Class B tavern alcoholic beverage licenses, 2, subject to compliance with all state and local regulations. INP Beverage Services LLC, doing business as Shore House and Beechcraft, 113 Ocean Road. The Break LLC, doing business as The Break Hotel and Chair 5, 1208 Ocean Road.
I'll move the motion to renew the Class B tavern alcoholic beverage licenses.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion approved, 5-0. Next, we have a motion to renew the following Class B victualling alcoholic beverage licenses, 19, subject to compliance with all state and local regulations. Need a drink
Yeah.
first.
19, take your time.
Diamond Arturo Corp., doing business as Arturo Joe's, 140 Point Judith Road. Hammerhead Grill Incorporated, doing business as Bonneview Inn, 1230 Ocean Road. One Eye Jacks LLC, doing business as Buster Crab's Beach Bar and Burger Shack, 265 Great Island Road. WT Galilee Corp., doing business as Captain Foggy's Fish House, 294 Great Island Road. Caterina's Italian Restaurant Incorporating, doing business as the Coastal Cabin Restaurant, 945 Boston Neck Road. Champlain Seafood Deck Incorporated, doing business as Champlain Seafood Deck, 256 Great Island Road. South Winds Corporation, doing business as Coast Guard House, 40 Ocean Road. George's Galilee Restaurant Incorporated, doing business as George's of Galilee, 1250 Sand Hill Cove Road. Mariner Grill Incorporated, doing business as Mariner Grill, 140 Point Judith Road. New Dragon Incorporated, doing business as New Dragon, 80 Point Judith Road. NRI Ventures LLC, doing business as RI Social, 140 Point Judith Road. SAGS Enterprises, doing business LLC, doing business as PJ's Pub, 135 Boone Street. GFL Incorporated, doing business as Poncho O'Malley's, 140 Point Judith Road. Pelly's Properties LLC, doing business as Pelly's Place, 909 Boston Neck Road. Portside Restaurant Incorporated, doing business as Portside Restaurant, 321 Great Island Road. Spain of Narragansett Incorporated, doing business as Spain Restaurant, 1144 Ocean Road. TRG2 Inc., doing business as Tees Incorporated, 91 Point Judith Road. Trio LLC, doing business as Trio, 15 Kingstown Road. Twin Willows LLC, doing business as Twin Willows, 865 Boston Neck Road.
I'll make a motion to renew all 19 Class B victular alcoholic beverage licenses.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion approved, 5-0. And our last one is a motion to renew the following Class D club alcoholic beverage licenses, 6, subject to compliance with all state and local regulations. Bonnet Shores Beach Club Association, doing business as Bonnet Shores Beach Club, 175 Bonnet Point Road. GBC Association, doing business as Galilee Beach Club, 220 Sand Hill Cove Road. Metatuxet Improvement Association, doing business as Metatuxet Yacht Club, 30 South River Drive. Petaquamsket Lake Shores Improvement Association, doing business as Petaquamsket Lake Shores Improvement Association, 50 Woodsia Road. Point Judith Country Club, doing business as Point Judith Country Club, 150 Windermere Road, and Dunes Incorporated, doing business as the Dunes Club, 137 Boston Neck Road.
I'll make a motion to renew all the Class D club alcoholic beverage licenses.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion approved, 5-0. All right, so that's all taken care of. And then 23 is a motion to approve to extend the temporary expansion of service area for 13 specific establishments with liquor licenses in good standing in accordance with the expiration of the governor's current executive orders, subject to state and local regulations.
I'll move the motion.
Second.
Okay? 1 sec, this is just loading slowly, my computer. All right, so, we just went over, Mike just kind of gave us a summary of this item. So this would be to extend the outdoor service through April of 2022. Are there any questions from the council? And actually, this was part of the public hearing, so. Okay, all right, so this would extend until April. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion approved, 5-0.
Council President,
Yep,
need to read the motion and the businesses for the record?
okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Okay. All right, so the motion is that the town approves to extend the temporary expansion of service area for 13 specific establishments with liquor licenses in good standing, in accordance with the expiration of the governor's current executive orders, subject to state and local regulations. At this time, 13 establishments have requested to extend their temporary expansions. Those are Aunt Carrie's Incorporated, doing business as Aunt Carrie's 1240 Ocean Road, Casey Montanari, doing business as the Bike Stop Cafe, 148 Boone Street, INP Beverage Services Incorporated, doing business as Shore House and Beechcraft, 113 Ocean Road, The Break LLC, doing business as the Break Hotel and Chair, 1208 Ocean Road, Mariner Grill Incorporated, doing business as Mariner Grill, 140 Point Judith Road, NRI Ventures LLC, doing business as RI Social, 140 Point Judith Road, Pelly's Properties LLC, doing business as Pelly's Place, 909 Boston Neck Road, Portside Restaurant LLC, doing business as Portside, 321 Great Island Road, Twin Willows Incorporated, doing business as Twin Willows, 865 Boston Neck Road, New Dragon Incorporated, doing business as New Dragon, 80 Point Judith Road, Caterina's Italian Restaurant Incorporated, doing business as the Coastal Cabin Restaurant, 945 Boston Neck Road, South Winds Corporation, doing business as Coast Guard House Restaurant, 40 Ocean Road, and Sags Enterprises LLC, doing business as PJ's Pub, 135 Boone Street. Cool. All right, so all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion approved, 5-0. Thank you, Janet. All right. Should we take a break? No, I'm just kidding.
Good
All
job.
right, and thank you. Appreciate it.
29.
Thanks. So we do need to get back to the regular agenda. After we get through our presentations and open forum, we can make a motion to move up 29, and that'll be so that's the Canachet Clubhouse item. Yep, okay. All right, Mike, you ready? Thanks.
So, revisiting the short-term residential rental ordinance. We were here, I hope. Here we are. We were in the middle of this slide when I was speaking, and you went to the hearings. So I had mentioned the need for registration, which we are way ahead on, and very happy to have that database. Will help us immensely. And these, as I'm speaking about all this, about this slide and the next slide, these are all things being considered. Nothing is set in stone, okay? So the one-year permit term, you folks may think it should be 2 or 6 months, but most are one-year permit terms. Management by an authorized representative Again, it showed up in many, many ordinances, seems to be a reasonable allowance, and we would suggest that it be in there. The rental agreement provisions, they should have a specific requirement that the renter responsibilities are identified and written somewhere regarding trash disposal, property limits, noise, et cetera, and it should be posted somewhere, we suggest inside the door. Emergency safety info also should be posted, and town noise ordinances, parking ordinances, and other regulations that would be appropriate for a renter to know about should be posted in plain sight. Most of the ordinances suggest that there be an inspection of the units. Some say a 1 year, some say 2 years, some say 3 or 4 year timeframes. So I wrote in what I saw was the longest timeframe, the 4 year timeframe. You could make it shorter. Occupancy limits and parking requirements. Some were very strict about this, that you could have no more than 2 people per bedroom. And others were a little bit more flexible. Some didn't require additional parking spaces, others did require parking spaces. So we're suggesting that both of those be addressed. Also, that the owner maintain a contact list of the renters for a year. I believe that's for security purposes, and also in case there's ever any enforcement issues. And the last is that the homeowner has to have liability insurance, which is obvious. There we go. Now, these are specific elements that are a little bit less, well, they weren't as common among the ordinances and among the reading that we did. So these are some things that we think could be appropriate for the town to employ in our regulation, but maybe not. And I totally mean that we need to vet all of these in much greater depth than I am giving you today. So the owner must be up to date with his town property taxes. I'm sure our finance director would agree with that. The rental regulation permit may be suspended for an entire year if the town receives a certain number of complaints within a year. Now, some of them call for immediate suspension. Well, if that happened in the middle of the summer here, all the people renting after that would be left, out, hanging out to dry. So the thought in one ordinance showed that the way they would do a suspension in the case of an enforcement issue would be to suspend the owner for the following year. That way, the current year wouldn't be disrupted. Then they had minimum number of night rentals, and that was all over the board from just 30 days to down to one of them said a minimum of 1 night, and I can't imagine having a minimum less than that. But so the suggestion is that there be a 3-night rental limit. That we also prohibit renting out other things like boats and RVs that might be parked in the driveway, and God knows we got a lot of that in this town. So that makes a lot of sense because they're not really full dwelling units and shouldn't be rented out as such. Subletting be prohibited. The renter shouldn't be able to rent his rental to someone else. Require additional parking spaces, I already covered. In case of multifamily structures, some of the ordinances discussed limiting the number of units. Now, we don't have too many multifamily structures in town, but that there would be, a limit on that. Don't see that as being a big issue here in Narragansett. That an accessory dwelling unit may be rented, and we have talked about accessory dwelling units. We're hoping to have an ordinance before you sometime soon. And that sleeping quarters not be located in non-residential structures not equipped for full dwelling unit needs. We know that some people have taken advantage of using accessory structures inappropriately, so we would want to regulate that. The owner may use a hosting platform. We already talked about that. The owner shall register with the Division of Taxation. We mentioned that briefly. And if located in a neighborhood with a homeowners association where membership is mandatory in the association, such as a cluster development where the property owners all co-own the open space, that the HOA would be notified prior to rental. We have a lot of neighborhoods that have HOAs that are not mandatory. We wouldn't think that would be appropriate. So these are things that need to be fleshed out and discussed and debated. Any and all of these could change. So the next steps are that the staff will be studying these things in depth and trying to assemble an ordinance where there's a cohesion, internal cohesion in the entire ordinance, and coming down to what we think is the best mix of regulatory and permissive components to this. We expect the first draft before the end of the year, and we're hoping to be in front of the planning board by February. And we would then be following that up with a request for a permit, a public hearing with you. So that's it as it stands today. We've got piles of paper, but I don't think you want to see all that.
Thank you, Mike. No, we appreciate you putting this together. This is one of the issues that I think we all get contacted about relatively often, so it's good to hear that you guys are working on something before the end of the year. I know there's a bunch of different ways to approach this. Any council members have any questions for Mike?
I'm just glad to see it's, we're working on it and getting it done.
Sure. Yeah, I can't, and I'm not taking all the credit here. My staff has done a ton of the research. I just get to assemble and present it to you, so kudos to my staff.
Well, thank them for us.
Yes. Thank you, Mike. Okay, great. So we have we have open forum next, and then we can move up that agenda item as soon as that's over. So we're gonna go ahead and take public comment in our open forum. So just a reminder to everyone, so this portion is for any items or issues not on tonight's agenda. Please keep your comments to 3 minutes, and we'll start now. Mr. Vengermesh. State your full name and address.
Richard Vangermersh. I'm a member of the Narragansett Town Finance Committee, and I'm going to try for the third time in a row here. And I decided to write a poem for this event after our meeting last week. It's for real, and real is spelled R-E-A-L, or a new polka, the Narragansett reel. One of the problems with the new library issue is, as I mentioned before, related to zeal, which led supporters to introduce two public, I guess you call them referendums, and the use or non-use of the word real. As a result of number 7, the first voter initiative in 2020, the use of the term property and not real property makes it impossible for us to sell property that's not real. So I'm appealing to you appeal to get number 7, and number 8 was the specific library thing, which was very clear, and it was library was listed as real property, to unfortunately some sort of a new referendum in 2022 so that we can handle this real problem and get us back on an even keel. This is a serious problem, and while I realize that the Town Finance Committee would, with all its effort, would probably get about 5 voters to sign an initiative, hopefully those who led us here, and it was bipartisan, both Republicans and Democrats, town committee supported this. Somehow we have to get out of this so we can start selling our used property that is not real. And we're building up an inventory of untold proportions. So Once again, I ask maybe at one meeting, we can put this on the agenda and we can brainstorm.
Thank you, Richard. All right, anybody else? Dr. Alba? Please state your full name and address.
Yes, Dr. Al Alba, 24 Eagles Nest Terrace, Narragansett, Rhode Island. Thank you, honored councilman and town manager James Kenny, and all the honored guests here and dignitaries, so thank you. In this era, we are ever more sensitive to the needs of those that may be discriminated against. Unfortunately, growing up is not easy for many of us. As a child, I was bullied by several classmates, and I was in my share of fights in the schoolyard. It's no fun being called names and being bullied. In my high school, we had different cliques. Cliques, by their very nature, can be perceived as discriminatory. I have heard of stories where young boys and girls killed themselves because of harassment. Unlike when I was a child, we now have openness for sexual orientation, diverse living. While most kids are accepting of others who have different sexual orientation, race, creed, and diverse ways of living, we still must fight prejudices that are in our society. Most recently in Rhode Island, several members of the committee of the Bristol School Committee have been alleged to not being proactive in fighting against discriminatory practices. In addition, children and adolescents may be pressured into sexting and doing other acts that they should be warned against. We have recently formed a diversity committee in the town of Narragansett to work on maintaining equity in our town with respect to diversity. So let's take the next step to prevent all forms of discrimination in our schools. Many citizens throughout Rhode Island have worked to run fundraisers for noble causes, and some have traveled to schools not only in South County, but throughout the United States to host school assemblies on the dangers of alcohol and drugs. The Katie DeCubulus race was held every year to raise money and bring awareness on the dangers of drinking and driving. Chris Herron, former NBA basketball great, created the Herron Project and has traveled throughout the United States to bring his message on the harmful effects of drug abuse. Yearly school assemblies and policies addressing drug addiction, alcohol abuse, bullying, racism, depression, sexual harassment and abuse, and mental illness would be a benefit. Students need to be informed how to report and get help if they face any of the above issues from not only their classmates, but from staff or adults in their lives. It is troubling when you hear kids targeting other kids, but it is even more troubling when adults target children. I work at the Rhode Island Department of Corrections, and all staff and inmates are instructed, and we must take and complete a yearly quiz in order to be made aware of and to be reminded of the Prison Rape Elimination Act, called PREA. The PREA addresses various forms of abuse and how to report the abuse. I feel it is worth considering having a similar policy in place for the entire school system. In a recent news story, there was a report on alleged concerns about students who share their experiences with racism and homophobia in the Bristol Warren school system. We also hear too frequently of stories of those in teaching, ministerial, or coaching positions that abuse their authority to those entrusted in their care. Our school system can take measures that may prevent and discourage a person or persons targeting an individual or individuals as a result of one's susceptibility, sex, creed, sexual orientation, or mental health issues. Let us implement policies that will make our schools a safer place by being proactive instead of reactive. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else? Stanley? Please state your full name and address.
Stan Wojciechowski, 1044 Bosnick Road. I heard, we spoke tonight, under God, with liberty and justice for all. Liberty for all and justice for all. And I want to start by saying a prayer, since we mentioned God. But before I do that, I want to just share that as a veteran, I remember those words, liberty and justice for all, being said so often. And it wasn't until my sergeant said to me one day, "Lieutenant, get out of here. The bullets are coming." I didn't hear him. My hearing wasn't too well. Later he told me there was 8 bullets that hit the bulldozer and about 21 bullets that were on the ground, were close to where I was. But that event really made this liberty and justice for all. This is why we were there. There was not only words,
But these drove our actions: liberty for all, justice for all, equality. And I'm just hoping that we provide direction using that as a background in everything we do. And so I speak specifically about noise in Narragansett. We have noise, disturbing the peace, disorderly conduct. We get all these issues with the noise, disorderly conduct, drunk people. Well, it just seems that we need to help our police. Maybe we need to implement getting 50 National Guard troops on call with 10 school buses on call, and remove the people who are breaking the law. Those people who are violating the noise and are drunk and disorderly should be removed. They're the ones that should be removed. If they're students, bring them to Kimi Gym, give them a doggone foam, let them detox there. And now to end my prayer, I want to say, dear God, give all my fellow Americans the common sense to not stop protecting any class. I don't want to hear students are not a protected class. There is no American who is not a protected class. And if any judge or any leader proceeds to violate, they should be removed immediately. There is no unprotected class anywhere in this country, especially in Narragansett. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. So we'll close our open forum. And real quick, we'll just knock out the consent agenda so we get to new business. Is there any item that anyone would like to have removed from consent? All right. Is there a motion to approve consent
I'll make a
agenda?
motion to approve the consent agenda as is.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion approved, 5-0. And then do we have a motion to move up 29?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion approved, 5-0. Number 29 is a motion to approve renaming the North Beach Clubhouse to Canachet Clubhouse. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Is there a-
Second.
Okay, so this comes from Councilor Jarzynski.
I'm going to add Patrick's name to that, too.
What's that? Oh,
Patrick's very passionate about it. He's not happy that I didn't add his name onto that. But when I found out about the proclamation, I just thought, I've been thinking about this for a while, and I thought, what better time to try to do this? I've always heard it referred to the Canachet Clubhouse, so just as my summary, so Native American Heritage Month, also commonly recognized as American Indian and Alaska Native Heritage Month, which takes place in November, is a time to acknowledge and celebrate the rich and diverse traditions, cultures, and histories of Native people. During King Philip's War, Canachet, the sachem of the Narragansetts, led his people in battle against colonists from Massachusetts and Connecticut. He survived the Great Swamp Fight of 1675, during which 300 warriors were killed and another 350 captured. He later led attacks on the villages of Warwick and Wickford before he was captured in 1676 near Pawtucket and killed. After his death, his people remained on the property that is now known as Canachet Farm. So in honor of Native American Heritage Month, we wish to name the North Beach Clubhouse the Canachet Clubhouse in honor of the great Chief Canachet of the Narragansett Indian tribe.
all right, thank you, Eva. Patrick, do you want to speak?
Yeah, I'd like to say something. Susan, you remember when it was Canachet Club when we were kids,
Yeah,
right?
I still sometimes refer to it as
Mike,
Canachet.
you remember that, right? It was like in the 70s and 80s. When
Yeah,
did it
Mike-
get changed?
I didn't even know it actually changed, but Michelle might have some history. Mike.
All right, so this is something that,
Mr. Vandermish.
well, we'll do public comment in a minute. This is something that we had our staff look into, and it turned out that nobody was able to pinpoint actually when it started being at least referenced as North Beach Clubhouse.
Right.
So I don't even think there's clarity on if it was ever officially changed from Canachet Club. So that's just one thing that, just that's what we're understanding right now. But why don't we take some public comment, Richard? I know you wrote a letter to the paper in the past, so you could maybe give us some more info.
Yeah, surprisingly, for the third
Oh,
time.
sorry, could you just state your full name and address?
I'm sorry.
Just because it's open forum, yeah, your full name.
My name is Richard Vangermish, and I've spent years studying Canachet. And in fact, this is a tip for anyone who wants to be successful. Find an obscure topic and study it, and you find Canachet is a world figure. But to the first point, it was changed about 14 years ago, much to the horror of the people on the board of the Friends of Canachet Farm, who fought mightily for it, and we got nowhere. It was changed arbitrarily by the then director of Parks and Recs, and we couldn't change it. So this is really a renaming back to Canachet Farm. But let me tell you the importance of Canachet. I had in the process of doing a book on Governor Sprague and his famous wife, Kate Chase Sprague, were the ones who named it Canachet Farm. By the way, there's a Canachet Farm also in Hopkinton. There are many Canachet trails in Hopkinton. Canachet is truly a world hero. People in Japan have written about Canachet. The Narragansett themselves were first mentioned by Verrazano. I had the thrill of doing a book of readings entitled Canachet, the Narragansett, and Canachet Farm, and was astounded at the many centuries that Canachet has been mentioned in both literature and history. He was the feature point of Washington Irving's sketchbook. He was a character in a novel by James Fenimore Cooper. And recently, the award-winning writer Nathaniel Philbrick did quite a favorable job on Canachet. And so and by the way, the Friends of Canachet Farm is soon to celebrate its 15th year. And we obviously are overjoyed that we go back to what we never should have changed.
Richard, before you go, just a question for you, see if you can recall. So you said 14 years ago it was changed by the Parks and Rec director?
Yes,
what you
I
recall?
believe that the then Parks and Rec director just changed it.
And do you recall, and again, this is just kind of on the fly, just want to see if you remember, if there was a town council vote on that, or do you just?
I don't think so. We protested, but the then Parks and Recs director was not interested in our protest. So I would assume it was about 14 years ago.
Okay, thank you.
That this act took place. And the director at the time, remember saying, well, it's in the north part of the beach, so let's call it the North Beach Clubhouse.
Thank you, Richard. Anyone else from the public wishing to speak on this? Any comments, questions? Okay. Okay. Oh, there we go. Mr. Lima? If you can just state your full name and address.
Richard Lima, Narragansett. So there's a member back there, and I'll speak on her behalf of what she asked me to speak on. But when you check the records, yes, I don't think there's any council that ever approved the change of that name. It was just done by the director of the parks at the time. The other thing to look into is Canachet was also the beach was called at one point, that area of beach was called Canachet Beach. Narragansett Beach was Narragansett Beach, Canachet was the beach, and then the Dunes Club. So you should maybe look at all of that as well. I think that would be great, that if Canachet, the beach was called Canachet under Chief Canachet, that would be also great for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else? Okay. Go ahead, Eva.
So just as a question, because James did bring it to my attention prior to the meeting that, any renaming needs to have a public hearing, but I'm not sure, like, I'm just trying to figure out with, the information that we've received about, like, the naming, it was just named without actually having a public hearing or coming to the town council prior to this, and it had been named the Canachet Clubhouse prior to this. So do we really need to change the motion to have a public hearing to change the name to Canachet Clubhouse, with that being said?
It's a good question. I couldn't find any notes or town council meeting where it actually was named Canachet. I'm sure it was called, I called it Canachet growing up. I'm not sure what the change was itself, but I think, obviously, I think there's a consensus among the council to make the change. I think to be sure that you do it right, maybe you do schedule a public hearing. I think it'd be probably pretty quick, but I think that's the best way to do it, just to make sure it's done right. So when this happens, say, in the future, if somebody wants to change it back for marketing purposes or something, so it's easier for someone to search online, then it goes back and you find exactly why it is Canachet versus North Beach or the Narragansett Clubhouse, whatever it's called.
Okay, so can I make a motion to amend the motion to schedule a public hearing for the renaming of the North Beach Clubhouse to the Canachet Clubhouse?
Second.
And
So you made the motion, there's a second? All right, discussion, any thoughts on this? So it's okay to make this amendment, right? This is close enough to the original?
Correct.
Okay. So just two quick things I'm just going to state just for the public, because there was a little bit of communication from the solicitor to the council on the procedural, best procedural way to get this done. And there's two things in our ordinances. One is that any town building or property needs to be changed by the town council. So that's why I asked Richard about if that happened 14 years ago. So that's just one question that's kind of up in the air. What was it officially called? Did the town council ever name it that? And that's something we could look into over the next couple of weeks and have a better understanding of that. And then the second aspect of this is that anytime that council does rename a building, whether it's a request from a private party, whether it's the council doing it on their own initiative, there should be a public hearing scheduled as part of that process. So those are kind of the two things that we're talking about now. It does seem like, I'm in favor of this. I don't know about the rest of the council, but I know you two are. So I think we have that vote, but it's always safe to just go through the process so that in 20 years, we don't have the same issue that we're having now, like how did that happen? But this way, everything will be on the record. So, and we could also get input from, some of the tribal members and people, and the public, but not just the council. You guys,
I was just
anything?
going to say that would be very important. I also think that from what I've studied about Indigenous lives, it would be significantly more honorable to really name the beach that rather than the building that, because the land is something, and actually maybe not even that, but the land is, I think, more significant than the location. So we might want to just consider doing that.
Wasn't
Just
it
take that off
Canachet Beach Club when we were growing up?
Yeah,
It was
that's what I
Canachet Beach
remember.
Club, and then it was,
I went there all the time.
right? And then it was Canachet Club for and then the Canachet Club.
Canachet Beach, right? So this is all information that we could get from the public during this process and make a informed decision.
Get it right, we'll get it right
Yep.
this time.
All right, so we have the motion. So we have the amendment. So we're going to go back to the public on the amendment. Does anyone want to have any comments on the amendment? Okay. All right. So all in favor of scheduling the public hearing?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Motion approved, 5-0.
Council
Okay.
President, do you want to select a date for a public hearing?
Sure. So our next meeting's December 6th. We'd have to give how much notice for that?
I don't believe
We don't have to do anything
advertise.
specific, right? Okay. So we could do December 6th. We also have a meeting December 20th, or,
We already have some the 6th that we can combine them. Can we combine them like back to back?
we could do multiple public hearings.
Yeah.
We can. What do we have? Does anyone know what we have on the 6th already? Oh, well, we have the one we just scheduled,
Yeah.
which was the Parks and Rec one. That shouldn't be too long. You want to do December 6th?
Yeah.
Sure.
December 6th, okay. All right, so all in favor for December 6th?
Aye.
Aye. Motion approved, 5-0. Thank you, Janet. Okay, number 14 from the Fire Department is a motion to accept a grant award valued at $64,000 from the Rhode Island Emergency Management Agency and the Department of Homeland Security Grant Program, and authorize the town manager to sign acceptance of said grant. This award will provide 100% of the funding of a public notification trailer with camera for the town's Narragansett Emergency Management Agency. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion? Does anyone have any questions for the chief? I don't know if he's here, actually.
Wait. Another trailer? Another more?
Chief's ready to present as well. Chief Partington's away.
Oh, so Chief Corrigan would present for him? Okay. Sure. Chief, do you mind coming up?
It's 100% funding.
Thank you, Chief.
Good evening. I don't have a formal presentation, but
Yeah.
basically what this product is, this will be used for our incident command system for special events, storms, if there's a critical incident. It has a lot of different features, but public communication, it's a large message board. It also has an attached camera. So like right now, when we're doing the blessing of the fleet, we bring cameras in from REMA to be able to look over the crowd.
Another
This would-
camera?
Right.
Big.
But for
So predictable.
Narragansett emergency, not for police purposes. It also has the GPS function, so I could actually do a speed study like I do now with my equipment, but I could actually monitor it real time, so I could send it up out like on a Friday and be watching the results of the speeds that have come by a particular street real time and deployed traffic details immediately.
Any questions for the chief?
So this is actually, can be useful for not just fire activity, but also police activity?
Yeah, it has multiple functions. I was reading through the specs on this. It does just about everything.
It's pretty cool.
What's the main function? What's the?
The main function is for for big events like a concert on the beach, blessing of the fleet, where you would have a message board set up with whatever message you could change it remotely.
Right.
And then you would have the
What's
camera.
the dimensions of the screen, the board?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I know it's larger than the small board that we have now.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's paid for by
All
the
paid,
grant.
yeah, right. That was it.
Yeah.
It's a free camera.
All these
Pat.
functions we're doing.
Yeah, it's a free
It's not
camera.
doing anything new. We're doing all these with other tools right now that we've paid for.
We are not.
It's combining it all into one product with the best technology.
How heavy is it?
Including
Can anybody-
cameras.
Can a regular pickup truck tow it?
Oh, we would secure it
Pretty
properly. It
mobile,
wouldn't be-
right?
Looking to see if
It would be just like our other trailer. We would secure it
Yeah,
to
okay.
infrastructure.
I suppose. I mean, I just don't need another camera in town, for God's sake.
Yeah, you could also use it for emergency situations too, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So you noticed during the pandemic, we were using message boards all over
Right,
town.
right.
It could have that function.
Right.
Except we could change the message, whenever we wanted to. We could do it from home by logging in.
And we've rented these in the past, right?
Right.
So this would save that expense, obviously.
Absolutely.
So we're using them anyway.
Just came to-
All right, thank you, chief.
Without cameras.
Any, Stanley?
It's going to make you happy, Stanley.
He likes it so.
Please state your full name and address.
Stan Wojciechowski, 1044 Bosnick Road. As normal, I want to commend the staff for looking out for the taxpayer. They're looking for ways to do a better job and cut the costs. It's a wonderful idea to hear that happening, and I have to come up here and commend them for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, any last comments from the council? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion approved 5-0. From engineering is a motion to approve the purchase and installation of security equipment at the 3 water tank sites and town hall to be completed by Lantel Communications Incorporated in the amount of $22,803.57. Do we have a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Second.
All right, discussion, any questions? Anyone want to hear from town engineer? You good?
I'm good.
Okay. Anyone from the public wishing to speak? Mr. Wojciechowski?
Stan Wojciechowski, 1044 Boston Neck Road. I was wondering if the people who rent the tanks with the antennas, because I think security probably really helps them out. Somebody won't demolish it. Can they carry some of these costs at all? The antennas and all, can they absorb some of these costs? I don't know if we pursued that at all. Just asking.
All right, thank you, Stanley. Anybody else? Okay, all right, so I'm going to call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion approved 5-0.
Council President, can we move up 28, please?
All right, there's a motion to move up 28. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion approved 5-0. Number 28 is a motion to discuss the 2022 Narragansett beach fees and policies and to direct the Parks and Recreation Director to prepare the 2022 Narragansett Beach fee schedule based on the outcome of the discussion. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, thank you. So I put this on the agenda. We had our recommendations from the Rec Advisory Board, and we held a public workshop a month or two back. When we did that workshop, we mainly focused as a council on the walk-on fees. If you look back at that video, that's kind of what we were discussing. A lot of the comments from the public were focused on that specific price increase. Also, Councilor Drzezinski wasn't able to take part in the full workshop, so we didn't really get her perspective on everything there. And there was no really good way to put an item on for fees without the council fully discussing it. I don't want the Parks and Rec Director to put something on that was going to get voted down, because it was clear that the council was not in favor of increasing the walk-on fees. However, we need to talk about the rest of the proposed fees, so that's what we're going to do tonight. So we're not going to have a vote tonight. This is just a discussion, but it'll give Michelle, our Parks and Rec Director, some clarity on which way the council would like to go, and she could prepare the fee schedule and policies based on tonight. So I was hoping that we could kind of just go through this very structured. I have a list of the different fees. We can have discussion, take some public comment, and give Michelle that direction. So first, we did talk about the daily non-resident walk-on fee. The price of that pass is $12 per day for any non-resident over 12. The recommendation from the Rec Advisory Board was to increase that to 15. The majority of the council disagreed with that, as we just increased it from 10 to 12 the year before. So we're going to start with that. So does everyone, I just want to kind of get a pulse as we go. So everyone on the council still feel the same way, keeping it at $12?
I do.
You do, Ms. Councilor Bonanno?
Yes.
Deb? All right. So Eva, I don't know if you were here for that.
I know that we did increase it the last, like during our council time, so that was from 10 to 12, so I wouldn't be in favor of increasing it additionally.
Okay. And Councilor Murray? Okay, so that's for the walk-on. Passes. The next fee we have is parking. This one, I remember Patrick touched on briefly, but we didn't really have an in-depth conversation. So right now, paid parking for non-residents, so this would not be obviously with a parking pass, but daily parking is $10 on the weekdays, $15 on weekends and holidays. The proposal, or the recommendation, I guess, is from the Rec Advisory Board is to increase that to $20 across the board. So it would be $20 all week, as opposed to the 10 and 15. So what does the council think? Why don't we just start alphabetically like we always do?
So I'd like to stay with the 10 and 15.
Okay. Eva?
I would also like to stay with 10 and 15.
Okay. Deb?
I'm fine with staying with 10 and 15. I also think that, we have this parking study that may or may not result in, charging for parking elsewhere, which would, it'd benefit the town, maybe not the beach fees, but I think that has an impact too, and we haven't resolved that yet, so.
Right, and that'll be happening. That parking study is
Yeah.
going to planning, so that'll happen soon.
So
Councilor
for
Murray?
now, I would leave it as is.
Leave it, okay.
I think it should be $20 during the week and 25 on the weekend.
Okay.
I think, that parking study is gonna say, well, you need to raise your prices to lower congestion. It's basic marketing.
Okay. Okay, so you would be for those increases?
$20 during the week, 25 during the weekend.
Okay. And I would be in favor of keeping it as it is.
Can I just say one thing about that?
Sure.
I was looking at, we have from something that we were looking at, I think at the hearing, a listing of parking, of fees that are charged by other towns. But by and large, the towns only charge for one thing, either parking or admission fees. And so if you just sat and added up our parking and admission fees, they generally equal very close to some of the higher level, depending on how many people are in a car, and how old they are, I guess. But they pretty much hit close to some of the top rates, with the exception of a couple that are sort of outrageous, I think. They're in the hundreds. And so, I think that's the reason why I'm fine with leaving it as it is, because if you have two people in a car, at $12 a person, that's $22, $24 plus, a $15 parking fee.
Right, so you're at
That's
$40.
significant. Yeah, that's pretty significant.
Well, there's plenty of people out there who will park illegally, get a ticket and pay $50 just to be on the beach.
Well, so the other thing I'm thinking about is, though, if we do add parking fees to things like the parking spaces on Ocean Road or some other spots, which I don't think is a terrible idea.
I don't want no parking meters in Narragansett. I've
No,
voted
not,
against that.
you can do it without meters now, Patrick.
Well, no, I don't want, no. If you're smart enough to get to the seawall and park for a few hours, go down to the beach, get some breakfast and go, that's fine. But we're a tourist town. We don't want to discourage people from coming, but at the same time, we want to reduce congestion. And the way to do it is through parking management. If you ain't got if you're going to the beach for the day and you ain't got $20 to park, then I think you're coming to the wrong town. So.
Okay, all right, well, anything else? And we'll go to the public after we go through these items. We'll definitely take public comment on this.
Consensus on that.
Right, we have a consensus to keep it as is. I understand your point, Patrick, but,
Well,
again, we do charge.
These folks here might change their mind.
They might, yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. There was no recommendation to change transferable passes. Those went up previously. I know they started with 75. Actually, I think that was with your council in 2016, 2018 term.
Transferable.
You guys created the transferable passes.
Right.
They were 75. They've been increased to 100. That happened a year or two ago.
Right.
And the recommendation is to stay the same. And Michelle, if I'm wrong with any of these, just let us know.
That's accurate.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. And then we have lockers and cabanas.
Oh, and I'll
Lockers.
be, I can't speak on that because I am a locker holder, so I listen
Okay,
to
so
the
we won't go to
discussion,
you.
but
Yep.
I can't weigh in.
So right now, lockers, the North Beach changing rooms are 700. And then the South lockers are 350. So it looks like, the turnover is actually pretty good on those in terms of
On the
people giving
lockers.
those up. Yeah, I mean, I haven't really, there was no recommendation to change the prices of lockers.
When was the last time that the prices were changed? From what, I mean, we have this listing, the beach fees is 2017.
Yeah, they're all the
Nothing's been
same
changed.
from 2017.
I mean, at least,
I know, I could look that up, I think I have.
it was $8 to get on the beach, but it was $2,500 for a locker.
And
Today,
Michelle, if you know
2,500 for a
offhand,
cabana.
so here's what I can tell you. I
2,500
know
for a
specifically, the prices of the cabanas, I don't know about lockers. Cabanas have not changed
Right.
since 2014,
Okay.
so 2,500. I don't know lockers, though.
This from what to what? Like, I guess that from in 2014 to 20, so what?
I think the cabana issue needs to be discussed.
Well,
I've
so,
been squawking for years about, I think it's unfair for people to have lifetime public property. I know there's people who are against this, but, I've been squawking about this for years, because I remember as a kid, families would hang on to these cabanas, and rightly so. I mean, that's something they want to do, that's all well, but I think all residents, year-round residents, not property owners, should have access to these cabanas. And on a rotation or some type of lottery or some other type of,
so what I'm hoping we could do is get through the fees
Yeah.
first, and then we also have on this agenda policy. So
Yep.
there's a few policy things we could talk about.
Go ahead.
Michelle, do you know about the last time the lockers price changed?
Yes, in '25 for both North Pavilion changing rooms and South Pavilion lockers. So it's been quite some time since that.
2005, did you say?
2005.
And do you remember the pricing?
I do. In 2000, well, before 2005, a cost for a South Pavilion locker was $200, and the non-resident rate was $350. Therefore, in 2005, the resident rate increased to the $350. Also, for the North Pavilion changing room, prior to 2005, it was $600, and then in 2005, it went up to $700.
Okay, thank you. And then so 4 passes are included with lockers, right?
4 passes for North Pavilion changing room, yep, and also South Pavilion lockers. However, with North Pavilion changing rooms, you have the option to purchase 2 additional adult passes for $50 each, and also an unlimited number of youth passes for $10 each.
Okay, and then the locker, person who leases the locker has to be a resident or a taxpayer.
Everyone has to be a resident or
Right.
taxpayer.
For the passes, though, the passes that they get, are those?
No, so the principal leasee, principal leasee 1 and 2, they have to be obviously resident taxpayers. Guest number 1 can be a non-resident, especially those grandfathered in 2017 and below, which can be adult non-resident children of residents. And so those 2 passes for guest number 1 and guest number 2 could potentially be non-residents.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions for Michelle while she's up here?
You might want to stick around.
Was it,
All right.
I have one question. Was the cabana fees different, lower, before 2005 also?
Let me get my list. In 2013, the cost of a cabana was $1,750, and then it changed and went up to $1,500, and then in 2014, it increased again to $2,500. So again, we had a jump $1,750 to $1,500 to $2,500.
Wait, so did you say 750?
No,
17.
1,750.
But then you said it went up to 1,500?
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I said it backwards. So 1,550 to 1,750, and then to 2,500. My apologies.
That's fine. And that was, the last one was in 2014.
Correct.
Okay. And then with cabanas, they are given 6 passes, correct?
Correct.
4 for the people on the lease, and then, 2 for the people on the lease, 4 that could be used for other people.
Correct.
Guests,
Correct,
right?
yep.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions for Michelle? Okay, all right, thanks. We might call you back up.
You're welcome.
So we will talk about policy, but in terms of pricing, does anyone have any thoughts on, so the North Beach changing rooms are $700. It went from 6 to 7, and that was in 2005. Does anyone think that's fine, or is there a desire to increase?
All can be increased, based on the fact that there haven't been increases
For
on
the
the
others,
cabanas,
yeah.
the lockers, and the changing rooms. And like all the other fees have been increased continually.
So one thing that I was thinking, that this is just one way to think about it, and maybe the fees should go up more, but you get the passes included, right? So with lockers, that means you have 2 guest passes, and with cabanas, you have 4. Transferable passes went up for everybody else. So if I want to buy a transferable pass, it went up $25. But that didn't get reflected into these fees. And they're using the same transferable guest passes, basically the same thing, but didn't have to incur that additional cost that someone who's just getting the transferables. So for lockers, that would equate to $50 more. And for cabanas, that would be $100. So that's I'm thinking that's kind of a base. That's just a natural increase that just makes sense. That doesn't take into account any other, differences in those 16 years. But
I think we're forgetting one important point here. The rec board didn't recommend any changes in price to the
Right.
cabana fees or locker fees. The only thing they recommended was the parking and the gate fee, the beach fee. So, I mean,
well, we don't have to we don't have to make a
right.
increase.
I mean, these are, year-round residents we're raising fees on. I don't think we should be doing that. I think, as far as the cabana, I think that's a discussion of, I think I've been squawking since I've been in this seat about that cabana, and this is the first year it's got any, notice. A little bit last year, and I think it needs to be a lottery or some other type of vehicle to get those cabanas occupied on a rotation scale.
Okay, well,
You like that?
let's see what the consensus is for pricing, and then we'll move to policy.
All right.
So for pricing, I would be in favor of a $50 increase for lockers and a $100 increase for cabanas, but I'm not going to push that. I don't think that's a huge deal. If there's a desire to do that, I'd support it. But what's the rest of the council's thoughts?
I don't want
Susan's out because she's on the list.
So Eva, you're next.
I think that's like a nominal increase. That's not too much.
I'm not in favor of raising any fees on the cabanas at this time, or the lockers.
Okay. Deb?
Well, I mean, I think you make a compelling case that if we raise the fees for daily admissions, then the same fees should, or I'm sorry, for the transferable passes, that technically they should be the same for everybody. So I think your idea is a good one.
Then we should lower the transferable pass.
That's another option.
You want to do that?
I'll do that. Let's lower it to 25 and go back to 75.
That'd be cool. That would also work.
Eva, thoughts?
There's another factor here too, though, that I always think about as far as
I'm
raising.
specifically talking about the residential transferable.
Right. But, the raising and lowering of fees, I mean, the issue is, is the beach fund, the amount of money that we take in needs to pay for the things that you have to pay for, your expenses. So I still am not entirely clear on where we stand on what are, and I don't think you even know yet for sure, Michelle, because you don't have audited.
We got 4 million plus in the
Documents, yes.
reserve. We got
Yeah.
675,000 in the beach replenishment fund, correct? Approximately?
Approximately, yes. What I'd like to say to the council, if I may, please, I understand you're having this discussion, probably regarding my concerns that do we have enough? Do we have enough in the fund balance to support the beach, to rebuild the beach in the event of a catastrophic event? And what I'd like to say now and propose to you is possibly maybe we should not make any increases at this point and moving forward into the 2022 beach season with this caveat. I would like to get with Christine Spagnoli and whoever else from the town can assist us, and I'd like to try to figure out, if we can, what the Beach Enterprise Fund would need to be if we needed to rebuild. Can we get a figure together? Is it 5 million? Is it 7 million? Is it 8 million? And with that report, with that statistical data, can we then figure out with increases, slight increases, $50 here, $100 there, lowering the transferable pass to 75, is that what we should be looking at? Is that the figure we should be trying to obtain in order to say, like, yes, we need to make these increases because if we get wiped out with a Category 5, because we already know that Sandy was well over $1 million, and all the sand, all the parking lots, none of that was covered by FEMA. Underneath the pavilions, all that destruction, that was all money that the Enterprise Fund had to absorb. Again, FEMA's only 75% in reimbursement. I do have a figure. All of our property at Narragansett Town Beach, including the surfers area, is just under $6 million. So again, I understand we need to have this discussion. It's very important to have it. But I would like to see if we can get a number. What do we need that fund balance to be to build the beach back up in the event something like that happens? And maybe going from that number, then maybe we can see about making increments over a 5 or 10 year span, because again, that figure is going to increase as products and things cost more money, but at least we have a baseline on where we could start. So I just wanted to leave that with you and see how you felt about that.
Well, I sure would like to know more financial information before we make these decisions. I think it's a really good idea, but I'd also like to know if the beach fund has the ability to be increased by any of the APRA funds. And I think the answer to that is probably, right?
Probably. Again, I'd have to wait.
So we don't know that either.
I don't know
Yeah,
at this
yeah.
point. I mean, I'd like to hope we're going to get some of that money, but I'm not sure.
So that, I mean, and the reason I ask that is because if it's substantial in any way, then that increases the beach fund right there.
Certainly.
And so you'll have a better picture of where you have to go when you get the number that you need, and you'll also have a better picture of how much you have to do to get there when you know how much is actually in the fund. So I think that's not a bad idea. Patrick has
So
that face.
FEMA reimburses 75%?
Only 75%,
So
and
for
not
2
sand.
So if we have 2.5 million, they're going to give us 10 million to fix the beach? Is that the way it works? Is that the number?
No, I don't think so. I
Do
don't.
I got it backwards? What
Yes,
am I
you
missing?
did.
Right? I mean, if we provide 25%, they'll provide 75%?
They will provide 75% for different areas of coverage. So unfortunately, it changes. So the structures of the buildings, yes. Roofs, yes. But the sand bill from Sandy alone was just under $150,000 just to bring the sand in, not to include the dunes restoration, the plantings that had to be brought in. The parking lot at South Lot was just under $170,000. So again, we talk about all these numbers, and I think it's very important to try to figure out where we need to be. What is the figure need to be at, so we don't have to dip into the general fund. We have this enterprise fund, let's get it where it needs to be.
And the additional beach replenishment fund. Correct. Right, we got the beach replenishment fund, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, and that's 675.
750?
750, okay, because we just put in this year.
Correct.
Okay.
So again, we don't want to tax the taxpayers, we don't want to tax the non-residents, but
Increase
let's see if we could get a number. What's it going to take to rebuild the beach?
I think that makes sense.
So with that plan, are we going to wait to make any decisions, or is that?
Okay with me.
Well, I mean, thank you, Michelle.
You're welcome.
You know, that's why we're having the discussion now. That's why we're having it in public. We've already said we don't want to increase the daily or the parking. We're talking about bringing the cabanas and lockers up to the same increases that we've had over the years. So that's the discussion.
Yeah, but that's a little different animal. You can't match a gate fee against a cabana fee.
No, we're talking
Cabana-
about the transferable pass fees, because they're included basically
Right.
with cabanas.
I mean, if you want, I don't want to increase the transferable pass, the resident transferable pass. I'd rather lower it, but I don't know. You know where I stand.
What do you guys think? We just need to decide either way.
I'm a little ambivalent, but I'm not opposed to reducing the transferable pass fee to 75.
I just want to make sure that, I know supplies are going to go up, I know the wages are going to go up. I just want to make sure that whatever we are charging, that we're not going to operate in the red, and that we will have, a surplus so that we can add to that fund. I think that's my main concern, is just figuring out that number. And I know we don't have a crystal ball,
And we don't have
what's going to happen with, supply issues. We are having them, it's COVID. But also just, like we discussed before, the wages are going to go up, and we just kind of need to maybe understand more of what that number is to be able to get to that. Because we do have the, what the revenues were, what the bottom line was from this past year, and then looking forward, like just understanding, like, if the wages increase by so many dollars per hour, and then you're multiplying that by, the 12 or the however many weeks that we employ, each staff member, and I don't know if they're part-time or full-time. So I kind of just try to calculate that out, and I was doing all these figures and math and payroll and things like that. I really wouldn't know that. That's something that Michelle would know. And then that's where I was trying to kind of do the math and figure out how to get to that number in anticipation of what the wages will be, and how many individuals we do have on staff, and what that looks like. And that's where I was trying to figure out if there needed to be increases and where we would make those increases. So that was the information that I was really wish I had and wish I knew.
Which we don't have.
If you understand that. So.
All right. When any of you reconsider the parking, raising the parking? I mean, $10 to park.
No.
I mean, you pay $10 to go to a funeral, for God's sake, I mean, can we go to 15? I hear 20.
So I'd propose that we leave.
Hear me out here,
Okay.
guys. Hear me out. This is easy pay dirt right here, is raising the parking fee. They request 20, it's currently 10, let's go to 15. And the weekend, I want 25, they request 20, it's currently 15, let's go to 20. So it'd be 15 during the week and 20 during the weekend. Now that is reasonable. Somebody going to the beach, if they don't have 15, 20 bucks to park, I mean, you're gonna bring a grant anyways. I bring a Benji myself.
I'll keep my same position, not to increase the parking fees. It's one thing if we weren't charging to walk on, but we charge to walk on. So you're
Yeah, but we're
charging
not-
people to park and to just access public
Yeah, but
property.
this is keeping the walk-on fee the same.
Right,
$12.
right, but they're paying, people are paying it, right? You pay to get on.
All right, so it's $35 for the week, $32 to get on the beach.
If you're by yourself.
Right, all right, and then your family, so that's your wife and kids, and we're under 12, so.
What would that, so my question would be, with that increase of parking, what would that translate to? I mean, we have the numbers of how many people park and all that, so if so if you figure that out, if you're increasing it by $5 for the, whatever, for the weekends, or $5 additional for the weekdays, and you can figure that out, like what's at the end of the year, at the end of the season, what is that amount, and does that cover the increased cost of supplies and wages? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
I think we end the year with at least some kind of surplus, but we don't have an audited number yet. That's the issue. So
We do, and I don't think the number was that high.
Right. Yeah, it was a profit.
it was a surplus. Yeah, it was a profit.
All right, so how about this? We just heard from Michelle. The majority of this council does not want to make any increases. Increasing the cabanas by $100 isn't going to bring much money. That's
True.
like $8,000.
That's right.
It's not something we don't need to do that.
Yep.
So I would propose just basically no changes. And we'll get the numbers from Michelle going into next season, and then we'll have a better idea next fall.
I'm fine with that.
What do you think?
I'm fine with that.
So when I was reviewing this too, like that was one of my conclusions that I came to, if we didn't go up on anything, just reassessing 2022, because we will have a better kind of outlook on what the bottom line is going to be with that. I don't know. It's really hard. It's no crystal ball.
I think that's right, and because we have the asterisk year of 2020 that doesn't help us make any decisions because it was so aberrant. This past year was a little aberrant in some ways, but it was probably more like a regular year. So if we had this year under our belt and we even picked off 2019, we'd have a really good sense with the addition to things like, either the cost of equipment, the cost of whatever we need to spend money on, and certainly wages. We'd know better what to expect, and that's how we can make our decision. Because I really think we shouldn't be raising fees unless we have a fiscal reason to do so.
Right. Okay. All right, so we have a consensus on the council. So for Michelle to know that the future agenda item that includes the fee schedule, we'd like that to basically stay the same as it has been in 2021. Now quickly, we're not done with, we're gonna go to the public, but we wanna talk about a couple policy things as well. So that's the fee schedule. So for policy, I'm going to go through a few of these. We'll get to the cabana like you asked, Patrick. But first, one policy we have is the 5 to 8 residents only parking. So that was something that was changed during COVID to make cabana, south, and west lots resident only until 8 p.m., which was essentially locking out non-residents to park there at all, because no one's going after 8. This year, or last year, we changed it. We changed it to open up the south lot for non-residents. However, north lot and cabana are still 8 o'clock for non-residents. So is everyone happy with that going forward? Just a reminder that this was because the initial intent was COVID safety. So I just want to bring that up. I know people like it, but that was the original intent.
I talk to a lot of people. I park in the north lot, but I think 8 o'clock at night to let people in is kind of late. I think like 6 o'clock, you want the residents, we go to the beach, we're leaving. If people want to come, 6 o'clock to enjoy. I don't know what they're saying. I can't hear.
Right.
I don't, they're yelling out.
That's
Yeah,
fine. Yeah.
No,
We will take public comment.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that when I leave the beach, I see people coming. I mean, 8 o'clock at night seems late to me to open it up for non-residents. I mean, 6 o'clock, it used to be 5, 6 o'clock. Seems more reasonable, but.
All right, Eva or Deb or Patrick?
Yeah, I mean, it was 5 o'clock, you stop paying to get on the beach, and You know, after work, you come down there and jump in.
You can't until 8, though.
And so what is it, 7 now, right?
8.
Right now, the north lot and the cabana lot
So you
are
got a charge
8.
to come in, to go to the food
No,
truck?
they don't charge. They don't charge, you just can't get
No, you can't park
can't
if
just
you're
get
in,
Why,
in
if you're a
there.
non-resident?
You can park in the south.
in the south lot.
I don't know. I mean, if you want to go down to 6, I'm okay with that.
But then we'd have this, the south lot's 5 now. So
Right.
you're gonna have 2 different lots with like an hour difference. It's kind of confusing.
Fine with me, I don't care. I don't care.
Deb, any thoughts?
Well, there's also the west lot, so
Yes.
the west
Well,
and
that's
south
always-
lot are open.
Yeah, I just always open.
And the north lot's open to residents, and there's also, but that's where the food trucks are, and I know there were some people who had some concern about having to walk to where the food trucks are, but, you know,
I guess one question would be, do the south and west lot fill up after 5? I
well,
would
does the
think.
north lot fill up either? That would be, you know, we need to know all those.
Yeah,
things.
right.
So do we don't have any data on that,
You
right?
can get in the lot at 5 or 6 o'clock in the north.
It's a big lot.
Yeah, you can get in there too at that time.
Okay,
I mean, I
so,
don't know if it was crowded or not. I just,
And if it is, it's only a few times a summer, right? I mean,
yeah.
All
Yeah,
right,
that's
so-
a good point.
so is there a desire to change anything or keep it as is?
I mean, I'd say for non-residents at 6 in the north lot, I think is reasonable. That gives the residents, again, residents first, they have an opportunity to be in the north lot until 6 o'clock, and then visitors can come after 6. I don't know. I
good
think
with
that
that.
seems
I'm good with
reasonable. It can't have because people are
Yeah,
talking.
yeah,
So maybe you could just bang that gavel if they have something to say.
thanks. I mean, I don't understand,
remember, this is, again, this is a COVID thing to keep everybody
Right.
safe. COVID is over.
That's why it was changed
You know, I
to
mean,
8
you know,
o'clock.
right, it was always 5.
Kind of.
So it was a COVID restriction. Do we
so
want to
unless
keep
we're going
that
to get
COVID
another
restriction?
pandemic in the next,
I'd rather just, if we're gonna change it, I'd rather just make it consistent and make it 5.
Right, the 5.
Because otherwise we have a 5 and a 6,
right,
which doesn't really make sense.
right.
So, and we appreciate if everyone could wait until public comment to speak. Okay, we'll work on speaking in the mic.
You want to have,
We will work on speaking into the microphone. Thank you.
you want to have public comment after each issue? Or just
No,
wait?
because it's one motion. All right, so is the desire to change the north lot to 5 o'clock for non-residents to be consistent with the south and west? Yes or no?
I'd go with that.
I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with that.
Or you, I was gonna say you could do 6 o'clock.
Yeah, I could do that.
Or you could do 6 o'clock to all the lots, so it'd be consistent. It would give the Narragansett residents until 6 o'clock. If you did the north and south all the same time.
I'd rather do 5. But if you want 6, we can see if it's 6. I mean, because right now it's 5, so they were making it, we're actually,
I mean, 6 is better than 8,
but I'm saying the south lot is 5 now.
right.
So we
But
would
I'm saying
actually
you
be
want it
taking time
consistent.
away.
If
It'd be
you
nice
want-
if we had any idea, you know, what the lots looked
How
like.
about 5:30?
Well, I think, Michelle,
Last
could
year.
you tell us, you know, just from your experience about the lots being full at certain times? I mean, 5, 6 o'clock? Maybe that can help us get a consensus here. And it would be helpful if we could hear you and people not speaking.
So on movie nights and food truck nights and special events nights, the north lot will get full. But again, those are a handful of nights. And I would recommend or offer my recommendation that to just pull it back to 5 o'clock. It's going to cause confusion with patrons, people in town. And if you want to lift the restriction of the 5 to 8 in the north and Cabana lot, revert it back to the 5 o'clock. That will make it easier for staff, make it easier for the public. And because again, consistent policy changes is difficult to maintain, especially for the people that come and visit. Oh, what's it going to be this year? So again, I think people will be very excited if we do open things up at 5. And again, the residents will know that. Again, you got to get there early, especially for special events. And for staffing purposes, it does make things a lot easier.
That's good information, thank you.
Thanks, Michelle.
5 it is.
Okay, so everyone agrees with that?
Fine with me.
5, okay. Eva? All right. All right, so that's one policy. That's one policy. So for the cabanas, I actually have a thought on a small policy that's related to cabanas. So if you look now, commercial taxpayers, so someone who owns a business in town, but not a house, so not a summer person, just someone who could own a little plaza and live, who knows where they live, they could live in Michigan, but they own a piece of commercial property. Right now, they're able to lease a cabana. To me, that doesn't seem right. They don't ever have to even step foot in Narragansett. They could just be the leaseholder and their friends could just go to the cabana. I understand taxpayers having the ability, someone who owns a home, residential. So I think it should be residential property owners or people who rent here and are residents, but not commercial property owners. So
How many of them are there, do you know?
I don't know how many there are, but I know that you could do that now. Any thoughts on that?
I agree. I think those cabanas should be on some type of lottery system for residents, year-round residents, and not property owners, because the year-round resident is gutting it out through the winter. You know, there should be an extra perk that somebody can hang through the winter, fall, when Narragansett isn't popular.
So what I'm specifically talking about here would not exclude part-time residents. It would exclude people that are commercial property owners, right?
Right.
So is there a desire to move that to have it say residents or residential taxpayers, or just keep it as it is?
That's not a charter change, that's just a policy.
It's a policy.
Policy change, right?
I think you should change it.
Yeah, I think it
Change
should
it?
be residents only. Residents, taxpayers.
Okay, so we would specify to remove commercial property owners or commercial taxpayers. And then the last,
And exclude non-residents. Not property owners, just resident property owners
resident property owners.
only.
Well, or you could rent a house here, so you're a resident. Excuse me, that's the current
Year-round
policy.
residents.
If you live here year-round and you rent a house, you don't own a house, but you rent a house, you can release a cabana.
Yeah, you can.
No, you're incorrect.
Well, hang on.
Michelle? It says specifically on the website, year-round residents, including renters.
It does.
Kind of caught her flat-footed on this one.
So that, at the workshop meeting, this is specifically the policy that I wanted to address at this time or at that meeting, because there is a lot of confusion regarding the wording of resident and taxpayer. A lot of people do rent full-time in the town of Narragansett and do not own a home, but qualify as residents because they live here a long time. They don't buy a house, and there are people leasing facilities that currently meet that criteria. So again, it's your decision, a decision that you'll need to make if you are going to be ardent with the fact that you either have to own a home or you have to pay the taxes of $800 or more by being a property owner. But then again, we run into the issue where we do have people, many people, that are in fact residents of this town, have been residents for 20, 30 years, live here, pay taxes, have utilities at these properties where they rent. And again, consider themselves Narragansett residents, even though they don't own a home. So again, it is an issue that we need to really make a decision on.
So it wasn't my intent to say that we should take that ability away. I was talking about commercial property owners. Of course, if you live here year-round, you're a resident. I mean, that's kind of obvious. By definition, you're a resident. This is your residence. You live here. so you can lease a cabana. We're just talking about commercial property owners having that ability.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Do you know how many commercial property owners own a actual?
No, I don't, but I'm going to check first thing in the morning.
I know, we kind of caught you flat-footed on this one.
That's
Sorry.
okay. That's right. And if you have that information to make my job a little bit easier, I would appreciate it.
I'm still trying to figure out why they changed the name from Canachet. So.
Okay, thanks, Michelle.
You're welcome.
Okay, so we have just one more policy, and then we'll go to the public. And this is what you brought up, Patrick.
Right. Well, I don't know, what do you think?
What do you think?
What are we talking
I
about?
told you what I think. I've been squawking up about this since 2014. I don't think we should have public property with lifetime ownership or guardianship to one family or one tenant.
Slide back.
You know, I mean, it's a coffee clutch, and I think it should be broken up. I know it's not a popular position, but it's just not fair. I mean, I know a guy's been waiting 10 years to get in there. He's finally in there, and and then you got people who pass it on to their family member. If they're on the, is that the truth? Is that true? I don't know. Well, I know I've seen families there for 40 years, so I mean, somebody's hanging in there. So somebody's hanging in there with life support, okay? So.
Okay.
But isn't there a stipulation where there's like two leaseholders, and if somebody's, moves away or passes away, you can actually add another person there? So in effect, it's you have it in perpetuity for as long as you can
Why don't we have
that.
Michelle come up and clarify?
I told you to stay up here. Gotta stay
She's getting her steps in.
up. Gotta get you a stool.
So in 2005, the issue that you're discussing right now obviously came to fruition as a problem. Nothing in this town should be in perpetuity, especially leasing a facility at Narragansett Town Beach. Again, you are correct. It's not anybody's personal property, though sometimes people think it is. It is a lease, a term lease, seasonally with the town. With that said, in 2005, everybody who was leasing at the time was sent a formal letter from the then clerk at the time, Ms. Deb Durda, at the direction of the Parks and Recreation Director. And everybody was told basically that every single application was only to hold two names, a principal leasee 1, a principal leasee 2, and both of those individuals must occupy the same dwelling, be taxpayers, live in this town, etc. So from that point on, since 2005, when a principal leasee 1 passes away, or sometimes there's been a divorce, then that facility goes down to a principal leasee 1 position only. A principal leasee 2 cannot be added back on. So again, each facility, cabanas and North Pavilion changing rooms, start off usually with a principal leasee 1 and 2. Sometimes it is just a principal leasee 1. So again, when one leasee passes away, there's a divorce, or no longer wants to participate in that lease, the principal leasee 2 moves to the principal leasee 1 spot, and that's it. Nothing's passed down, nothing's in perpetuity. So again, say something happens to that person, death, they no longer are residents of this town, then they have to give it up, and the facility is released to the next person on the waiting list.
And there was nobody that was grandfathered in.
Absolutely not. The only grandfathered individuals we have are the 80 non-residents grandfathered into the South Pavilion lockers.
So the closest thing to like handing it down, because you can't hand it down like you said.
Absolutely
The closest
not.
thing to that would be if you had a parent as the principal leasee and their child as the second. Let's say the parent's 50 years old and the child's 20, 21.
You have to be 21.
21. So that could then be in the hands of that family for like 50 or 60 years.
Well, it all depends. Again, under our policies and procedures, say me, Michelle Kershaw, if I had my adult son, Jimmy Kershaw, as my principal leasee 2, if he moves to Boston, moves out of state, he's out. Then I remain a principal leasee 1 document, and I can't replace him. But he has to maintain residence taxpayer status at 20 Manning Drive in Narragansett in order to stay in that position. It's one household.
But it could be a taxpayer not living.
Correct.
Right,
correct.
okay.
So say Jimmy, my son Jimmy bought another house in the town of Narragansett, and I came up on the list, I put my name as principal leasing 1 and him as 2. But again, if his taxpayer status changes, then he gets removed from the list.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, don't leave. So have you heard of an actual divorce where they split up and somebody,
Oh, it happens quite often, sir.
oh, good.
And
God.
I've
So-
also
so
come into
to
the
me-
situation.
To me, if, all right, call me crazy, okay? But if we're leasing property to somebody and it ends up in a courtroom and, you know, a subject of a divorce where somebody gets that lease,
Unless one gets it.
Well,
I mean, to me, that's ownership.
well, that's not.
Lifetime ownership.
No, that's not
ridiculous.
happening. So what happens is, the principal leasee will call me and say, by the way, I'm just recently got a divorce, take so-and-so off as principal leasee 2. I do my due diligence and make a point to call principal leasee 2, verify the situation, and I move on from there. Nothing in court, nothing goes to court, this is town property.
Thank you, Michelle. Why don't we go through some of the numbers? You know, because we could talk about the anecdotes and divorces, but what's going to tell us, I think, a more accurate story is the actual numbers, turnover, how many people lease, that sort of thing. So I did email Michelle a few weeks back just to get some numbers. So there's, I think it's 83. Is it 83 or 84 cabana units?
83 cabanas.
Right.
There were 84, but we have one ADA compliant, 83.
Okay, so we have 83 total cabana units, and we have 361 people on the waiting list right now. At least, according to the website, it might be off by a
Correct,
few.
Yep.
360-something on the waiting list. The turnover from 20 to 21 was 0, so no turnover. 361. And the turnover in the last 5 years, so the last 5 years, we had a turnover of 10. And that's actually gone down, so 2018 it was 4, then it was 2, then it was 1, but we've had 10 in the last 5 years. So what that tells us at this rate is that in 30 years, there will be a turnover of 60 units. So in 5 years, you had 10. 30 years at that average, and it might get worse, you'd have 60. So if you're number 350 on this list, you will literally never have a chance to rent a cabana. And if you're 200, you're not going to have a chance. At this rate, it will take 30 to 40 years to get a cabana, unless something changes with that. So the idea that it's like a 10-year wait, it's just not accurate based on the numbers that we're seeing now for turnover. 74 of those units have been rented for 5 years plus, and 34 of them have been for more than 10 years. So that's kind of like, that's what's actually happening. So, I mean, I know people that rent cabanas, and they're friends of mine. I see people in the room right now that have cabanas that love them. So it's not, you know, obviously people are going to be upset if we make a change. I think we know that. That's probably why councils haven't done that. But I do think there's a problem, and I think it's reasonable to have limits on how long people lease these.
It's a hot potato, that's for sure.
But, you know, what's the resident-friendly thing to do? Is the resident-friendly thing for 8 families to have ownership, what seems like ownership over these cabanas, or to expand opportunities for other residents to use the cabanas as town property? I guess that would be the question. So I'm open to discussing some changes, but obviously we want to see what everyone else thinks. Deb or Eva?
Just looking at the numbers for a minute. 34, I've had them for 10 years. So, I mean, I don't quite know how to put a limit on this, but 10 years is a good number. I said I don't know how to put a limit on this, but, you know, if I look at 34 people who have had, 34 families have had cabanas over for longer than 10 years, 10 years looks like a fairly logical number, but I don't know how, I have no idea how we would institute this.
Okay, Eva?
I mean, it'd be good for other families to be able to, access the cabanas. I don't know exactly what, that would look like in terms of policy, but, I mean, as it is now, like, there's only certain families that can enjoy it. And it's, a lease, it's town property, it's not, individual property.
So what I've heard through conversations with the public, and Patrick brought it up, is a couple different ways. One way would be a lottery, and another way would be just a limit on a year, a limit on how many years are in your lease. The lottery, to me, doesn't seem like a good idea. The reason why I say that is because we're trying to be fair. What's the most fair to get the general public to be able to access these?
Rotation.
And with a lottery, you could be in that lottery and still never get it. Or you could be in it and get it twice. So it's totally random. I think it's the most fair that you have a list, just like we have now, but you get that list to move faster by capping the term, if we were to do it.
Can I offer a suggestion?
Sure.
So I've been
Please.
thinking about this for a very long time.
Please.
I've been working with many families in our community since I started my position here, and when I was a clerk, and when I worked at the beach. The lottery system would be, again, a devastating blow to my department. I just don't know how we could even start handling such a program with one clerk. Again, we have also the issue where we've had people like Mr. Doherty, who's next on the cabana waiting list. I know he's getting a cabana this year, so hopefully he's watching, because happy birthday. Your name's coming up. And all those other people that have waited on North Pavilion, the next gentleman, he's been waiting 5 years. Change is difficult. It's always hard. But I firmly believe that change should always start with the new people. And I would like to offer this recommendation for you to think about. And that's moving forward in this season, 2022, that we limit all applications officially to one principal lessee. Any new lessees for 2022 have a 5-year term limit. So therefore, all applications will go down to one principal lessee. Therefore, when that person no longer lives in town, or that person expires, or whatever the situation may be, that unit immediately comes up for renewal. So then we're not bogging down the facility where, again, it stays in the family for another 10 or 15 years. And again, I know the 5-year term limit is difficult for new people, but again, we have to make some change. It has to be fair, or as fair as it can possibly be. And that's the possible solution I have to give you at this point.
So are you saying to grandfather in people that are currently leased? Is that?
To currently grandfather them in, but have their application reduced to a one principal lessee situation, which means that, again, if something happens to that person, or they no longer become a Narragansett resident, then again, that moves that unit on a little quicker than it normally would if the policy stayed the same. Again, it does still give them the opportunity to continue to lease, and they have been leasing for a long time. But again, that unit will come up a lot sooner for release with it down to one principal.
All right, so it would be a 5-year limit?
Well, if you wanted to think about that, it could be a 5-year limit on those as well. But I'm thinking definitely with any new lessee starting this year, to help those waiting lists move along, to reduce it or have it be a 5-year term limit.
Okay, and then anybody, and the other 300 and some can hang on to it, can, when they do get one, is hang on to it for
5 years.
eternity, well, as long as they live.
No.
No, it would be a 5-year term
Five,
limit.
everybody's on 5.
Yep, starting
Okay,
any new
all right.
leasee in 2022.
All right,
So
I'm
Mr.
missing
Doherty, for example.
You saying all people on 5-year terms?
No,
Just the
sir.
new leasees?
Right, so new leasees, so anybody coming up to lease a cabana
Right.
or changing room or locker for this season would start off with a 5-year term limit. They'd know that up front. And then any people who didn't like that, they could jump off the waiting list and say, you know what, it's not for me.
I don't think that's gonna happen.
Possibly not. So then, any current applications that we have, any people, again, I know people have had them for a long time, but I think reducing the application to just one leasee, one principal leasee, will also assist to help move these waiting lists quite a bit.
So are you gonna, you have two, right now you got two persons on the lease. You're gonna take the first one and stick with that one with being number one and get rid of number two?
Correct.
Because theoretically, somebody could take the 21-year-old kid, you know, and put him in the
Well,
hot
there's already
seat.
a principal, right?
You know what I'm saying?
Right. Right, so again, it's your decision, but I would say whoever the principal leasee one is the person that stays.
Right, right. I guess we can try that. Start this.
So what's the,
It's still gonna go slowly.
what's the reason for, why should current leases have a lifetime lease?
Well,
When someone
again,
who's been on the list for 10 or 15 years, when they come up, they're not going to get it.
right, so again, I don't have a good answer to that. I'm just trying to figure out and give you some guidance on a possible solution to this. You know, I've been racking my brain trying to figure out how the balance could be, and if we can have balance with this system that we have in place.
Okay, thank you.
I understand. And you got one clerk, so we can't get too crazy.
All right, so it sounds like the lottery system is not,
Lottery's out.
that's out,
No
right?
lottery.
Lottery's
You
out.
want a lottery? Go to Foxwoods.
All right, thanks, Michelle.
You're welcome.
All right,
So-
well, I got, wait a minute, I got. So is that something we're gonna agree to? I mean,
I would rather have the same terms that the new leases are going to get,
right, on 5-year, everybody 5-year.
or some sort of a transitional period for
Right.
people who are on.
How about a rotation?
Counselor Murray, can you speak into your mic,
Yeah.
please, so we can
Yep,
hear you?
Sorry, yes, thank you. How about like a, I don't know, like a rotation, like five-year rotations. Every 5 years, 1/3 gets rotated. You know, the new people get rotated in, and it just keeps, that way there, the 360 gets whittled down a lot faster. You know, it's not connected to a life, it's connected to a calendar. It's a 5-year rotation. So people who are there now, whoever's been there the longest,
yeah.
you know, I mean, I think that's more fair. And it's more, you know, there's more of a quicker turnover, where you don't have the, you know, saline, keeping the person alive, you know. Just a
Do you
thought.
guys want to hear from the public? We've talked about a lot.
Let's hear
We'll-
from the public.
Okay, all right.
I need
All
a
right,
good- I
thanks,
need a
Michelle.
good
All right, so 3-minute limit on public comment. Please raise your hand if you'd like to speak. Rick Lima?
Rick Lima, Mumford Road. So getting back to when you started stating about fees to come on to the beach, you state that you actually raised the fees, but actually you didn't. If you look at the records, I believe the last council implemented a $15 fee for entry onto the beach, and you lowered it to $12. So I just want that to be on the record. It was implemented at 15, and then this particular council lowered it down to $12. So when you look at the numbers, and you all had the numbers given to you at the workshop, and we look at what's going on in, as far as inflation at a high of 6%, we had $1 million come into the entry of the beach fees. So when you calculate that $12, it comes out to about 80-some thousand people. If you put that extra $3 in there, it brings it up to about a number of $240,000 extra that we would have to be able to deal with the expenses of the beach. As Michelle has stated, we have people that work at the beach. Their salaries are going to have to go up. A lot of the costs of the beach are going to have to go up. And I believe that increasing the fee for non-resident people to absorb some of that cost is probably the way to go than increase to the taxpayers who already are paying taxes in the town and are already paying a fee to come onto the beach. So that's one way to look at getting money for the beach. Now, as Michelle stated tonight, she's right. A study needs to be done, because as I sit here and listen to people talk about 4.2 million surplus in the beach fund with a 750,000 emergency fund, oh, that's plenty to replenish the beach. Really? We don't have a number. We don't have a number to replenish that beach. You had a sustainability committee that looked at that beach. And if that beach gets wiped out, we may not have a beach. We might not even have 1A. That road could get wiped out and pushed right into Pier Pond, not Canachet Pond, Pier Pond. So when we talk about how much money is needed for the beach, 10, 15 million in a fund may not be enough. So until we build that beach fund up to where we maybe have 10, 15, 20 million, I would think that maybe then we can look at shutting it off. But the answer was $15, and you'd have plenty of money. Thank you.
Please raise your hand. Excuse me, you could sit down. Thank you. Who would like to speak next? Anyone want to speak? In the back? Thanks. Please state your full name and address.
Diane Peretti, 9 Hollywood Avenue, Narragansett. I'm very confused. I want you to know that I'm one of the people that waited 10 years for a cabana. And I want you to know the director that you were talking about that changed the rules, that nobody could come up with his name, was Barry Fontaine. And Barry Fontaine was the person that tipped me off because I was renting a locker and was told that if you weren't going to be a resident taxpayer, you were going to get kicked out. So in 2005, my husband and I purchased a home, and we have been here and loved Narragansett ever since. My question is, followed the rules, was at the North Pavilion for years, never got kicked out, because for 3 months we owned a home now. And now you're targeting cabana owners or renters or whatever we're called. Why are you not doing this to all the other facility holders? Why not the lockers? Why are you going to term limit us? I'm very, very confused. And I have another question. If you have a recreation advisory board, why are you not listening to them? I'll piggyback on what Mr. Lima just said. That board has said the fees should be raised for $15 for walk-ons. Do you know that those poor kids couldn't even make change when you charged $12, that they were leaving the beach to go to the bank, to go to Dunkin' Donuts, to go to different facilities? They could not make change. No one's talking about that. I also have asked, why are you not doing what Middletown, Westerly, Narragansett are doing in prioritizing the residents? They should be the number one concern of all of you. I had asked Ms. Bonanno at one of the meetings that you were hoping to have reciprocal beach access for South Kingstown. She laughed at me and wanted to know where I heard that, and I said, I didn't see it or whatever, it was Facebook. And she shook her head no. I now have the printed Facebook from your South County residents that you want to favor, all 35,000, either give them a reduced rate or have some kind of reciprocal ability. We don't want to go to the South Kingstown Beach. We love Narragansett, we've invested in the town. So I'm hoping that if you want to disenfranchise us, you better be doing it across the board. You better be doing it at the South Pavilion, the North Pavilion. And as far as the fees, again, I waited 10 years. I now have 4 beautiful grandchildren. It's a pleasure for us to be utilizing the beach.
Thank you. Thank you. Who else would like to speak? Mr. Wojciechowski? Please state your full name and address.
Stan Wojciechowski, 1044 Boston Neck Road. This is America, capitalistic country. It's America. I went to the bowling alley, 2 children, grandchildren, $60 for an hour. I don't think you understand, the prices are going through the roof. I understand, I understand there's 6 million, but we haven't felt the impact of the Biden inflation and everything that's going on. And like I have to agree with Mr. Lima, we're looking at $12 million problem potentially. Then I attended a URI symposium. We're going to flood at least a foot and a half, for sure, a foot and a half. I think he said by 2030, and then it was 5 feet later on, but it's a foot and a half for sure. So we're in trouble. We are going to get flooded out. So we need to generate the money ahead of time, because I don't want to see a bond and paying expenses of a bond to replenish and fix the buildings at the beach. Obviously, $30 to go on a beach, $30 minimum. I paid $23 for very small, two small desserts. And that's not a fancy restaurant. $30 to go to the beach, enjoy all day is cheap. $20 to park your car is nothing. Like he said, it's $50 fine, they love it. So it's $20 to park the car, $30 to go onto the beach. Very fair in today's world. I don't think you guys are up on what's happening out there. I was paying a painter $15. He wants $50 now, a year later. You know, I'm paying a plumber $100 an hour. Used to be $30, $40. You don't understand what's happened to the money at this point. And we need to have money in that fund to take care of any emergency. And until we have that $10 to $12 million, we need to charge appropriate fees there. And the beach is crowded many times. I hear, oh, it's crowded out there. Too many people out there, too much of this. That's one way of finding out just how crowded it is. Let's raise the fees. And let's see if it's crowded. Let's check it out. We can bring them down later on. The other big issue is capitalism. We don't have, lists are not appropriate. Lists are hated, socialist hated idea. What you do is you bid. Everything should be open to bid. You bid for a cabana, you bid for this. You start the bid on a cabana, $2,500, that's nothing. You start the bid at $5,000. A bid system.
Thank you, Stanley.
Let's get off this socialist system. And then everybody's happy.
Okay. All right. Please state your full name and address.
Thank you. Roger Jadis, 1 Blind Brook Drive. Regarding the fees, heard all this discussion this evening. I see fees as, one, raising money, and also controlling the crowds. I'd like to speak with the controlling the crowd, and I wish you would consider this as a change in policy. The weekend after Labor Day, I could not get on the beach. It was packed. URI students, Brown students were bussed in. I swear it must have been the busiest weekend the entire year, the weekend after Labor Day. So let's extend resident only for the week, not the week, but the weekend after Labor Day, and perhaps 2 weekends after Labor Day, and certainly the weekend before Labor Day. Again, I can't get on the beach. URI is packed down here, the high schools, not the Narragansett high schools, but the other local high schools within the South County area. So extend resident only the weekend, only, not the week, but the weekend before Memorial Weekend, or maybe the 2 weekends before Memorial Weekend, and the same thought with the weekend after Labor Day or the 2 weekends after Labor Day. I just ask you to take that under consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. In the back. Please state your full name and address.
Gail Scowcroft, 19 Prospect Avenue. I want to say that you've had some great recommendations this evening from an exemplary town employee who has worked tirelessly to improve conditions at the beach and manage the beach. And I think that it was very premature for you to be discussing fees or policies without the data that you should have at your fingertips. It's clear that many of you were unfamiliar with the rules about the beach this evening. You're unfamiliar with the finances. Michelle produced a very large packet of information regarding the operation of the beach up to the numbers that she had for the beach workshop. So I applaud you for being willing to wait until you have the data to make any changes to fees, policies, and what have you. I also want to answer a question you asked, Jesse, which was why should we adopt the policy for the cabanas that Michelle proposed, being that the people who currently have a cabana be grandfathered in with one principal leasee. What you may not realize is that people who are currently leasing cabanas may have waited 30, 20, 25 years for their cabana. And they played by the book, they played by the rules, they waited, they paid their $5 every year to stay on the beach cabana waiting list, and that's true for all the facilities. So I think Michelle has offered you 2 really good recommendations this evening. One, wait to make policy until you have data, and she's proposed a compromise on the cabana leases, and I agree with the previous speaker who said, let's make that the case then for all the facilities, including moorings and all the things that we have in town for our residents. Thank you very much.
Anybody else? Dr. Alba?
Dr. Al Alba, 24 Eagles Nest Terrace. I think the lady who was just up here, what was your name, please? Gail. I think she eloquently stated my feelings. I agree with Michelle. I think Michelle did due diligence, and I do applaud all of you because all of you said, let's take a wait and see approach. So I'm not, I think after you listened to what Michelle had to say, you said, no, we're going to sit back, wait for Michelle, and wait, have her crunch out the numbers again. And so I respect that. So I don't think we should act rashly now. I think we should wait, have Michelle, who's been working there for many, many years, and she is an expert in this area, let's wait for her to get back with the numbers, and then we can make a prudent decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Please state your full name and address.
Mary Wojciechowski, Boston Road. I had a question on, when do the lifeguards leave? 6 o'clock or 5 o'clock? 6 o'clock. Well, should the parking lot stay open at least till 6? Because we've had a drowning there, and some people are going, when they shouldn't be there. Shouldn't it, you've got to maybe change it till 5? I think that's a good idea.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yep, Mr. Wagner, please state your full name and address.
Yes, my name is Brian Wagner, 6 North Hillview Drive, Narragansett. I'm a little shocked to hear some of the selfishness here tonight, and I would remind the council that not only is the beach here an asset of the town, and you have a responsibility for managing it, but it also is a public resource, and the town is entrusted to be stewards of that resource, not only for the town, but under the Constitution of this state, for the rest of the citizens of this state as well. I support your reluctance to raise fees. I think you should take a step back on that, and I would very much like to see the parking lots open back up at 5 o'clock again for everybody. I know we made some changes due to COVID. Hopefully we're on the backside of that now, and I think you should allow them to open up at 5. There is very rarely a problem getting in the parking lots after that hour. The rule in our house is if you're not on the beach by 10, you stay at home, you wait until 2, and then you can go down, and you generally have no problem getting in after 2. So 5 should not be a problem. And one of the beautiful things about being a resident in Narragansett is that I can go down at 7 or 8 o'clock at night, jump in, go for my swim, and go home. I don't have to worry about it. Other people don't have that choice. They make plans, they come down, they go to the beach. Before I was a resident of Narragansett, some of my best memories are coming home early from work at 3 o'clock, throwing the kids in the car, because I think the parking lots opened up at 4 o'clock at that point. We would swim, I would shower them off, put them in their pajamas, and drive back home to Warwick. I think other people should have that opportunity too. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, Ron? Please state your full name and address.
Ron Catanzaro, Atlantic Ave, Narragansett. I just have one quick question. I think while we have the staff at the beach, we know the amount of people using the beach, right? So this is impact to the beach itself. After the staff leaves, how many people are on the beach, and how much, what is the impact at that point in time? I think the Friends of Narragansett Beach were going to be doing some type of impact study. Did we get a report? Were they able to do it? Have we seen any data on that? I think it's something to consider that after maybe a majority of the people leave the beach, which I like to go down later in the afternoons myself, right? But how much of the beach is being impacted afterwards when no one's there, right? We don't know the count. It could be that 10, 15, 20,000 people could be using that beach at a time, and we don't understand the full impact of it. And given that that's our key resource, we need to understand how that resource is being impacted completely, whether it's during the beach hours and then the after beach hours as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? State your full name and address.
Beth DePani, 3 Southern View Drive. I'd like Michelle to maybe clarify something for me over the principal leasee and the second principal leasee. Were you suggesting that you take the first leasee off all of the leases, or just for the cabanas, or just new people? So everybody right now that has a locker or a cabana, there would only be one principal leasee, and once that person is not in the picture or moves out of town, then that would be turning over. And to me, that sounds very reasonable, because if you sit on the beach every day like I do, and I have a locker, you would notice that many of the locker holders, I don't know about the cabanas, but they're older people like me, and I've had it for many years, but I'm now 70 years old. And I appreciate that locker more now than anything. But I don't know how much longer I have to be here to enjoy it. And there are a lot of older residents who have those lockers. And I think by just putting that one leasee, as Michelle suggested, would definitely turn that whole flip for, new people to come in. And my other, did you have something to say?
No, I was going to say thank you.
My other comment is, I've heard about Town Beach being public or owned by the town. I would love to see documentation that proves it one way or the other, because everything that's a lot of things that are being decided here tonight are being decided on the presumption that it is a public beach. But I'd love to see proof of that, documentation of that, before a lot of these decisions are made about whether we bring other people into the beach. I don't know. I think, I hate to see you put the cart before the horse on some of these decisions. So that data and that information needs to be brought forward.
Thank you. Yeah, why don't we just settle that one? James?
Yeah, there's a case, Kavanaugh versus Town of Narragansett, back from 1997, that outlines in great detail every aspect of the beach and its ownership back to Canachet Club, Dunes Club, Canachet, whatever it was back then. And it has been established that the town beach is public property owned by the town.
Can we see that documentation?
Just Google Kavanaugh versus Town of Narragansett, it'll pop up. It's beach access, it's readily available on the internet.
Thank you, James. Okay, anyone else? All right.
Brian Tatro, 33 Twin Leaf Trail. I just wanted to speak about the cabanas because I bought a house in Narragansett in 1997. I put my name on a list in 1998. 15 years later, my name came up and I took the opportunity. And I followed all the rules, and it just seems like you're picking on 83 people. What about the rest of the group? Why isn't it going to be the same for everybody? All I hear is cabanas. So if everybody's going to get term limited or kicked out, however you want to term it, it should be the whole group, everybody who rents. Because I used to have one of the North Beach, pavilion lockers years before I had the cabana. So it would be, seems just everything's about fairness and equity. It just seems really unfair that I would be thrown out of a cabana and not have an opportunity to get one of the other ones. So I think if it goes up, everybody should be equally miserable in getting kicked out of their facility that they paid for and taken care of and cleaned the beach and everything else that we do, people who are down there. So it just seems only right that everybody gets whatever it is that you're, planning to do. And so, I feel like I've played by the rules. I don't know why the rules all of a sudden have to change. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Please state your full name and address.
My name is Shelley Conway. I live at 335 Wandsworth Street. Among the many things that I've taken issue with tonight, I'm aghast that because some of you see that you have the beach in the day, open up the parking lot at 5 o'clock to let others in. Well, I'm the hardworking Narragansett taxpayer that can't get down there sometimes until after 4 or 5. And I think by opening that north gate at 5 o'clock, practically buses will be coming in, trucks will be coming in. It's evident to me that not a lot of you spend time there after hours, or you'd know
the expense that you're going to incur by having that north lot open at 5 o'clock. That restroom will be used nonstop. Your trash, what you have to pay to haul out the trash, the beach is very busy all of the time. And I don't understand why, when everything is going to cost more, as others have said, why you're now going backwards. At 5 o'clock, the whole world can come in, but in my limited understanding, it's going to be all of us in Narragansett who will be paying that bill for the trash, the manpower, and the cleanup. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, great. All right, so let's continue our conversation, and then we'll take a break after this. Just a few things. We don't really have to imagine what the parking lots will be like after 5 o'clock, because that's the way it was like 2 years ago, and the way it has always been previous to the change for COVID. So we know exactly how it's going to be, because historically that was the policy. And I lived right around the corner from the beach and used to go there after 5, so I'm very aware that it doesn't get that crowded after 5. There's almost always room to park. We can't extend the season for residents only in September, and we can't start it early for residents only because we did a land swap to acquire the beach, and we're required to give public access to non-residents. So unfortunately, or well, I won't say that, but we can't do resident only. In terms of so what is the intent of charging for the beach? And what's the intent that we're kind of going for here? It seems like over the recent years, things have shifted, or at least the attitude has shifted in ways where it was always, let's make this self-sustaining. We'll have this enterprise fund. We'll make it so the taxpayers don't have to, foot the bill to run the beach. And that's great, and that's how it's been. So the taxpayers are not paying to operate the beach. It's self-sustaining. And let's just make sure we make enough money to run it, and we'll have some surplus as well. And that was kind of always the way I think I looked at it and other people did. But over the last few years, it seems like let's make as much money as possible. Let's raise prices as often as possible so we can just build up that fund higher and higher and higher. And then we'll just say that we're going to need $15 million to repair it when there's a storm. A number that is just thrown out there with no research, no evidence, as a scare tactic to say we need to raise prices. Hurricane Sandy, or Superstorm Sandy, we know the expense. That happened, and it was under $1 million, well under $1 million, and we have a spreadsheet with how much money we got from insurance and FEMA and federal flood insurance. So we kind of know. There could be a bigger storm than Sandy, we know that. But if we're talking about a once-in-a-lifetime storm, or once-in-a-century storm that's going to destroy the beach, wipe out the pavilions, wipe out the road, and you're going to spend $15 million. If that happens, then it's going to happen again, and we're going to have bigger issues. So this idea that we need to just keep raising fees to pay $15 or $20 million to fix the beach, it's just an excuse to raise the fees. We have $4.5 million plus another $700,000, and we make money every year on the beach. That was always the intent until recently, when it's been, how do we exclude people from getting here? Let's raise the price. So that's it. Anybody else? No? Okay. Yep.
Yeah, I've been saying this for years. Back, it was Kavanaugh who did the get on the beach for nothing. I was against picture IDs to get on the beach. I'm a libertarian when it comes to beach access. I think it should be free. I think charge $50 to park should be free. I've been saying this for years, and I haven't changed on that one. I don't want to see the gate fee raised. Charge the park. That's the way to, if you want to thin out the crowd, that's the way to do it. We raised the parking fine from $35 to $50. and people seem to have no problem getting a $50 ticket. So there's pay dirt there and parking if you need more revenue. Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick. Okay, so we've already directed, or we've already kind of told Michelle that we don't want to raise any prices. In terms of the cabana, if we don't want to make that decision, we don't have to make that decision. I know it's a tough decision. No other councils have made it. I get the point that was raised earlier about if we're going to do it, we should do it across the board. I think my thinking was that there's less turnover in the cabanas than other facilities, but I respect what you said, and I think that's a good point that you made. But we don't have to make a decision tonight. If any council member wants to change the cabana policy, they can make an agenda item, and we can vote on that. But it doesn't have to be, that decision doesn't have to be made tonight. So, because it is 10:30.
Yeah.
All right.
It was a
So it's-
discussion.
we're good, right?
Think about it.
All right.
It was a discussion.
Anyone else before we move on? Just a discussion item, there's no vote. Okay. All right.
good.
All right, we're going to take a break, and we'll start up again in 5 minutes.
Smoke them if you got.
Which one is the holiday?
19.
Okay, we are back.
Let's see.
Dan, you're good, right? Okay, thanks. Let's see where we even are.
Mr. President, can I request that we move a motion up?
Yes.
Could we move up number 19, please?
And I'll second that motion.
This is to move up number 19, the Jingle Bell Run. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion approved.
guys
Motion
hear me
approved,
now?
5-0. So number 19 is a motion to approve the request from Narragansett Chamber of Commerce to conduct their annual Jingle Bell Run and Walk scheduled for December 5th, 2021, subject to state and local regulations. Do we have a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion?
Nope.
Nope, it's great.
Good.
it's a
Any
great
public?
event.
Anyone from the public wish to speak?
Maybe Peg wants to.
Peg, if you want to come up to, do you want to come up to kind of let the
Get some
public
good
know?
PR on the jingle
Yeah.
run. Yeah. And say it to the public.
Thank you very much for giving me a chance to do that. So just welcome the public to the Holiday Fair on November 4th, and then the Jingle Bell Run is actually the 20th annual run that Narragansett has had on the Narragansett Beach. So it's kind of an exciting milestone, and everything can be found online at the Narragansett Chamber of Commerce website, and we have lots of people who donated things, so it's going to be a great time.
No
Thank you so much.
No cabana access, though, right?
No cabana
All right,
access,
thank
no,
you.
no lockers, no cabanas, we're good.
All right, thank you, Peg.
Thank you
Peg.
very much.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion approved, 5-0. I'd like to move up number 32, if that's okay.
Yep.
Can we get a motion?
I'll make the motion to move up 32.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion approved, 5-0. So number 32 is a motion to read, pass, and accept as a first reading an ordinance entitled Environmentally Acceptable Packaging and Products to regulate the use of single-use plastic bags, polystyrene plastic, foam products, and plastic straws to promote the use of reusable bags in the town of Narragansett. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, this comes from Counselor Drzezinski.
Okay, so this ordinance to restrict single-use plastics is important and long overdue to better protect our environment and marine life. Living on Salt Pond, I often see firsthand bags, plastics, and trash washing up on the shore. After submitting this ordinance to be put on the agenda, it came to my attention that the Conservation Commission also had previously worked on this initiative. So I wanted to acknowledge their work along with the work of URI students who have recommended a ban on single-use plastics. And there was a single-use plastic ban informational report for the town. It was prepared for the town of Narragansett Conservation Commission, and it was prepared by URI. It was the Environmental Leadership and Practice. So that was what I came across. The ordinance before the council tonight is comprehensive in scope. In addition to plastic bags, the ordinance addresses styrofoam containers and plastic straws, which are all top culprits in ocean plastic pollution. We live in the most beautiful coastal town and place on earth. We need to preserve the beauty and help save marine life. Our country is years behind other developed countries who better manage their waste streams. In fact, 20 years ago, when I lived in Europe, no grocery stores provided plastic bags. Customers managed just fine by bringing their own bags or purchasing multi-use bags. It will take our individual efforts to make this culture more commonplace in the United States. I also want to acknowledge that switching to paper bags is not the answer either. We should use bags that are multi-use. But most importantly, we should all strive to try to eliminate products that are not biodegradable, such as plastics, from being in the waste stream in the first place, because 80% of plastics in the ocean come from land. These ordinances work. For example, 3 years after a ban on single-use plastics was passed, it yielded the following results: 67% fewer single-use bags, 210% more usable bags, 280% more shoppers opting for no bag. Another example, in Great Britain, a fee of £5 for single-use plastic bags was implemented, which has reduced the use of single-use plastic bags by 95%. Yes, I did say 95%. I hope my colleagues will support this ordinance that is so overdue. In my most recent count, I listed 17 cities and towns that have single-use plastic ordinances in place in Rhode Island. As a coastal town that relies so much on fishing, boating, recreation, Narragansett has the most to lose if we are not added to this list. And I know I did get some calls, concerns from business owners who had cited, because they're in this ordinance, it does list, products. However, they did cite supply chain issues, but within this ordinance, it does address, if there's COVID or there are requests for exemptions, meaning that the way this ordinance is written is that it would go into effect May 1st, 2022. And I think it's important to really get this ordinance on the books and have it be effective before the next season, for the beach season, when we have all the tourists and just producing more waste and going into our oceans. So one of the parts in this ordinance is a request for exemption, which they can get exempted for a year. Period of, if they show that there's a difficulty. So this would address the supply chain issue. I did speak with 3 restaurant owners, and they were okay with the fact that this addressed that. And so that was kind of what I had to say about this ordinance.
Thank you, Eva. Any discussion, questions, or thoughts from the council?
I have a couple of things that I wanted to say. I like to consider myself an environmentalist. I haven't used a plastic bag or accepted a plastic bag for years. I also do not drink out of single-use water bottles, plastic water bottles. I don't buy coffee because at a Dunkin' Donuts or wherever, because I can't use my own recyclable bottle. I'm a huge fan of the use of an ordinance to correct some of these problems. I think that one of the concerns is that we have to, there is a proposed plastic reduction ordinance from the Conservation Commission, and I think that we need to do this in an organized and structured fashion, and I would like to see that one passed, and I'd like to see it passed immediately. I think some of the, and as far as styrofoam is concerned, again, hate the stuff. If it appears in my household, we pack it up and take it to Johnston, where it is actually at the recycling center there. You can actually take styrofoam and it can be recycled and reused. I wish that we would see our Eco Depot and other places where we collect recyclables, collect styrofoam as well and take it to Johnston, because I think that would be a tremendous relief. But I also agree that styrofoam should be removed from any kind of food packaging. I think we got delayed because of COVID. COVID was, if you went to Belmont Market, where they weren't using plastic bags, they began using them again, or they used paper actually. I brought my own bags and bagged my own groceries because I did not want the paper or the plastic. So I'm 1,000,000% in favor of the concept of what you're talking about, Evan, and I appreciate you for bringing it up. But I think there is some work that needs to be done on this ordinance, and I also think that it would be really useful to take the work that you've done and the work that the Conservation Commission has done and kind of put it together. I think that if we took the original proposal that the Conservation Commission had and added the straws to that, that would be really great. I think we have to deal with styrofoam a little bit differently, but I also think that your list of exemptions in some cases could be reduced, because there are ways to avoid some of the containers that are listed as exempted. I also think we need to make sure that we know how we're going to manage this process from the standpoint of enforcement of penalties. And you had an effective date of May 1st, but then there's also the section 62208 that says this ordinance shall become effective upon ratification. I'm assuming that what you mean is that the effective date includes your effective date of May 1st, 2022.
Just so the way it works is like once it's passed, so it needs 2 readings once it passes. So that's when the ordinance is effective. But in terms of becoming effective, whereas like enforced is like May 1st. So it has to have, the first reading, and then it has to be passed, and then it has to have 2 readings. That's the way the
Right,
ordinance
but
works.
typically with an ordinance, when it's passed, it is effective upon ratification, and I think we just have to kind of tweak that language a little bit, just to make sure that it doesn't, those two pieces of information don't conflict. So there's a couple of things. I really applaud the work. There's so many more. I mean, I would like to do one on, single-use plastic bottles, because I think they are as difficult and horrendous, and they get into the our streams and rivers and oceans as well, just as much as plastic bags do, possibly more than plastic bags do, and we need to look at that issue as well. It's not that hard to carry one of these around with you. So, and most places have water now that you can actually, get directly for your water bottle. So I think there's a lot that can be done. I think another thing that can be done that we need to consider as well is maybe creating some presentations that help people know how they can, recycle things, how they can, because I think that's not well known. They don't understand the process, and so I think we could add that. Maybe not into the ordinance, but we need to do something about that as well. But right now, I'd really like to see these 2 things merged to the best of our ability, and I don't think it would take very much time to do that, and then just maybe make some changes to the language as far as the exemptions are concerned, and I think then this would be, good to go.
And I wasn't aware that the Conservation Commission had done so much work, and I kind of have been thinking about doing this, and I put it together, and then Jesse brought it to my attention, and I'm like, oh, I wish I would have known. I would have saved me a lot of time.
Really,
but-
I mean, it's an important thing to do. It's one of the reasons I ran for council, was to get these things done, but we've had a pretty big agenda for the last 9 months, so 10 months, however long we've been here. So that's where I stand. I think we have to move. I think we have to move quickly, but I think we might need to do some adjustments first.
And then education is definitely an important factor, even when ordinances like this are passed, and getting the word out, and then having a campaign to kind of be able to do that, and the education part also, like of what people, because only 1% of plastic bags are recycled correctly. Like, you have to take them, you can't throw them into the regular recycling bin, and a lot of people don't know that, and they'll just put them in their regular recycling bin, and they're not recycled.
They clog up the system, actually. The other thing that, speaking of education, I mean, I don't know how many people know that you can gather up all your plastic bags and take them to the supermarket and drop them off, and they are recycled. And it's not just your shopping bags, it's any plastic bag that has a little bit of stretch to it that you use. You can take a baggie that you put a sandwich in and cut off the top part, and that can go in that recycling bin as well. So, I mean, there's a lot of information that we could also pass on to people, and as we get these things happening, as we go along through the time frame that it will take to get these things in place, we can also educate people on things that they can do as well. And by the way, I don't know why anybody ever needs a straw. We don't use straws for wine or beer. I don't know why we need them. I use it for beer. You do not. Okay, that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Deb. Susan?
So, I looked at both of them, the one that the land conservation had, and I looked at Eva's, and I appreciate all the work that you've did, and as well as that committee. I'm not as environmentally aware as I would like to be. So when I looked at the one for the from the land group, from Brian's group, I felt more comfortable in the sense that the community is going to learn about it, and that we have to take small steps. I was even talking to my mother about the bags, and she's like, "Oh my God, bags!" So for Narragansett to all of a sudden jump into from 0 to 10, not use straws, not have styrofoam containers, I do worry about the quick rate of it, and I know we need to do something. So I think, like Deb, if we were to take what they had and implement some of your ideas to it, I just think it has to go slow and steady. I mean, events that come into town, packaging, there's lots of things that I know some of the business owners reached out to me too, were very concerned about some of the concerns with their businesses and stuff. So I just would like to kind of do the same thing, look at the one that they created, and maybe you could work with that committee and add your ideas into it and maybe come back. But I appreciate everybody's work on it. It's way overdue. I remember when James and I were on the council and the public wasn't ready for the plastic bags. I think that they are now, and I think that we're moving in that direction. I see it in the schools, but I think we have to start off slow. I mean, my husband takes his bags to the market every week. He's in the routine, but I think it's something that's going to change, and it's important, but we have to do it slow, and we have to get it done the right way. So I would urge to vote for this one down the road and then incorporate your ideas.
Thank you, Susan. Patrick? You don't have to speak if you don't want.
I know. I'm a little dismayed here. No offense. The local businesses, I mean, 2020, we had COVID. 2021, we had the federal government paying people not to work, so they couldn't hire anybody. And now for 2022, we're going to have a plastic ban, which, I mean, can you even buy a paper straw? I don't know.
They'd have to be paper.
Well, a biodegradable straw, I mean, if they were 10 cents, they're probably 50 cents, if you can find one. Does anybody know if businesses can comply? Yeah, well, I have no idea. I have no idea. I don't want to put another burden on businesses. I think we should take a pause, at least 2 years, before we consider anything like this. And by then, the state's going to mandate it anyway, so we get covered. So, me, I've been up and down. Rarely do I see plastics in the water. Really, if somebody throws plastic in the water in Narragansett, it's definitely not a town resident. Ocean friendly. Yeah. I'm in the water and I'm not ocean friendly. So. No, I mean, believe me, nobody likes plastic. And what are they doing up there in North Kingston? There's a plastic ban there, isn't there? And what are those damn things Walmart's putting out?
South Kingstown doesn't use plastic bags either.
But Walmart has these plastic bags.
Start with
So what does
that.
that mean?
Those are multi-use, not the thin ones that are single-use.
Oh, so if they're thicker, so you can kill 10 turtles instead of?
It's in the ordinance.
It's not that hard to take your own bags anyway, really.
All right, so you're for
Come
it.
on the front seat.
In California, when COVID came along, you couldn't bring your own bag into a supermarket
Right, so
because they didn't want.
You can now.
Well,
Encourage that.
Well,
You said COVID was
They
over.
got kids
so-
with masks on and mandatory vaccination from 5 and up. So I don't know if they, reinstituted their
probably
plastic
did.
bag ban in
They probably
California.
did.
But I mean, I'm not big about putting more burdens on businesses. I think if businesses want to go to be eco-friendly and, and market that and obtain more customers, then God bless them. I don't think the town or the state should be putting mandates on businesses like this. So that's how I feel.
All right, thank you. Okay, so first, I want to thank Eva for putting it on. It is overdue, at least by a few years, I think. And Narragansett of all towns should, I believe, have an ordinance to reduce single-use plastic, for sure. I am sorry that you didn't know about the Conservation Commission one. You and I have talked about this over the week. And I was considering co-sponsoring this with you, but I did have reservations about doing this new ordinance and not using the Conservation Commission's version. I could tell you that I went to probably half a dozen of their meetings a few years back as they were putting it together. They did a lot of community outreach. They did a survey. They had a public workshop. And I saw that process of how they considered all different aspects of the ordinance to make sure that they didn't miss anything. They modeled it after other communities that took kind of the most effective parts of their ordinances to create this one. And I also think it's important to make sure that we value the work that our committees do. I know we don't always agree with their recommendations and referrals, but just, I believe that the ordinance they put together is really well done. I want to make sure that we honor that work. And I also have a couple questions actually about your version. And these are more like, not about the intent, it's more about the execution in the ordinance. So like, with straws. So as I'm reading this, it's mentioned in the introduction portion, and it says that, plastic bag, straws, polystyrene containers, balloons will be prohibited on the beach. But that is the only, as far as I could tell, unless you could point it out differently, that's the only place that I see straws mentioned. Like they're not actually in the regulations. So I don't know that it's actually properly written to regulate straws. So that's one thing that we would want to correct before we voted. And then the other thing is, in the Conservation Commission's version, they specifically mandated a 10-cent charge on paper bags, which, probably is going to make Patrick's head explode. However,
It's going to pay for the new wing of the building we have to put on the
So, and the reason for that is based on numerous studies, it shows it's much more effective to get people to bring their own bags if you charge for paper, because that nudge is like really important. Because what we don't want to do is just have everyone move to paper, because it's better than the single-use plastic, but it's not, like you said, it's not really the goal. So I think that 10-cent charge is important, and it's in that Conservation Commission's version. I just find their version very clean, direct, and it's been vetted. So what I was kind of thinking was that one of two things, that we either maybe next meeting put on their version. You could put it on, I could put it on, Deb. It doesn't really matter. I think this council's going to pass a plastic bag ordinance. Like, we could see their support for it. So we could put that on and pass it, get it into the books, and then send a request for them to work on adding the items that you have in your ordinance and folding that into theirs in the future. Because the whole point of what they put together, and I remember this, was that they even changed the name of it from a plastic bag ordinance to a plastic reduction ordinance, so that it could include other items in the future. It's kind of like made to add other items like what you're bringing up. Sure. Work with them to add those in, even this term, but get their ordinance done right away. Or don't do that and send yours and have them work to combine the two. So either of those I think would work. I think the quicker one would be to pass theirs and then have yours added in later, but I would support either of those. I just think that what they did was really well done. And I actually feel like bad that you spent the time on this one that is also well done, but without, just without knowing that they had done that work too. So, why don't we go to the public? I know that Brian Wagner's here.
I got one more thing
Okay.
to say here. All right, the reason there's plastic is because back in the 80s, there were paper bags, and the environmentalists didn't want you to use paper bags because you're cutting down the Amazon rainforest, okay? I remember that one. And so we go to plastic, and now, let me get this right. They don't want the thin plastic bags because they will kill a fish. But if you get a thicker plastic bag that you can use more than once, that's okay.
You never should have told him about those bags. Because most people don't use thicker plastic bags. If they use their own bags, they're either canvas or they're made out of other products that can
When
be
I go to
used and reused and
Walmart,
reused.
I use what's
Bring
there.
your bags.
Okay? Now, I got
I'm going to give you bags.
I got plenty of plastic bags, and I reuse them. I use them in the little trash can in the bathrooms, so I do reuse them,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
All
I know.
In fact,
You can buy
since you're a collector of
biodegradable
bags, they may
bags for
bring them to
that.
your house, so you can bring them up to Johnston.
You can buy, I will.
But-
Give me your styrofoam, I'll take it for you.
All right, my second point I want to make, and this is very serious. Should the town be dictating plastic policy
Yes.
when we don't even manage our own recycle? Well, every event that we put on, that I've been to, whether it be the clubhouse, retirement party for whoever, all the trash goes into one bin. We don't recycle, the town doesn't recycle its own stuff effectively. In
Well,
these
that should be
different
the next
events.
thing that we take on.
Do we have a motion to extend the meeting by 15 minutes?
I'll make the
No.
motion to extend it.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
Motion approved 4-1. All right.
Go on.
So how can we be implementing a new policy when businesses are coming out of this cloud of a pandemic, and God knows it may rear its ugly head again, but I don't think so. I think you have a better chance of getting impetigo now, but I think we need a 2-year pause here. And that gives you time to get everything squared away. The state's gonna step in eventually anyways, and
Well, people have been saying that for years, and that hasn't happened.
I think people manage their own trash well in town. I don't think we should be dictating the business. So what about, does anybody have an answer about the town? I mean, blessing of the fleet. Look at all the cups and everything just goes right in the same trash. Now,
Yeah, but these are
that's-
two separate
How
issues.
can we dictate, we got these people doing all these venues, and we're not implementing
There are
a trash
many,
policy?
many venues
Yeah.
that do compostable, if you go to the Jazz Festival, they have a trash container that is the same size as the compostable container, that is the same size as the recycling
And where is that?
container, in Newport.
Okay, well, we're not in Newport.
Well, we could do this better
But the
than
town of
Newport.
Narragansett shouldn't be implementing policies they can't follow
All right,
themselves.
thank you.
That's my point.
Let's try to keep the back and forth down. We're already at 11 o'clock. Why don't we go to the public? Anyone wish to speak? Dr. Alba, sorry. Please state your full name and address.
Yes, Dr. Al Alba, 24 Eagles Nest Terrace. I guess there are other towns, as was mentioned, in the state of Rhode Island that have implemented this. That's the conclusion. So are we looking at those towns which are most effectively implementing it and just adapting that instead of reinventing the wheel? So I don't know if that was a consideration, but that's what I would look into, instead of having to go up with our own game plan. If we already have these 12, 13 towns throughout the city or towns which have adopted this, why don't we look at which towns have been most effective and what strategies they have used and maybe just adopt that game plan? So that's what I would recommend. I do support this. I think it is an important issue. So I think we are on target in making the transition. But let's see what's working most effectively at the other towns throughout the state, cities and towns, and maybe we can adopt that. And I understand Pat's concern, but if other towns and businesses are being able to implement this effectively, and it has been working, well, there you go. That's your solution. All businesses are struggling now, and yet they've been able to adopt it. So it's worth considering. I think for environmental sake, it's well worth implementing it. I think the time is due. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Wagner?
Good evening, Brian Wagner. I'm the current chair of the Conservation Commission, and I saw this come up on the agenda last week, and I was a little shocked. Looked back on my computer. My first drafts of this ordinance were October 2017, so it's been floating around for quite a while. Whether it won't be well accepted by the council, it didn't come up here, whether it was, well, the General Assembly is working on one, it's going to pass, it didn't come up here, then COVID, it didn't come up here. So I'm really excited to see it actually being debated at this point, and hopeful that we can get something through. To Mr. Murray's point about the bags at Walmart, I completely agree. That's why my version doesn't allow thin film at all. all of the reusable bags have to be textile. We're not going to accept heavier duty plastic bags. That was something that happened with the very first bag ban ordinance in Warren, was all the stores immediately rolled out super heavy duty plastic bags and called them reusable. So I wasn't going to fall for that. The small fee for the paper, I think, is a good addition to what some of the other towns have. It does steer people. An incredibly small amount of money will convince people to bring their own bags as opposed to paying 10 cents a bag for paper bags. And while paper bags are a little bit more friendly on the back end, I have had the privilege of having to live in areas in Louisiana, visited places out in Portland, Oregon, near where they pulp paper, and you'll know that on the front end, paper is not very environmentally friendly at all. So it really isn't a good substitute for plastic. One of the things that wasn't really spoken about was when we did our research for the original ordinance, we did public polling of businesses, and the businesses did not object to it. The biggest concern we got from the businesses was, don't leave us sitting here with a bunch of bags in our storerooms. Give us some time to use up our inventory, and we'll be glad to switch over to them. Maybe 4 years ago, there was an argument to be made that people would go to adjacent towns to avoid a plastic bag ban, but we're the last one now. Nobody's going to avoid a plastic bag ban in South Kingstown, North Kingstown, Exeter. They all have their own. And yes, they were raised, those bans were lifted for COVID, but they're all now coming back into place. And I think we need to get on the bandwagon and pass this. And I would really request that you refer it back to the Conservation Commission so we can take the two pieces and study them and put them together and create the best possible product that we can. So thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you. Stanley?
Stan Wojcicki, 1044. Pat, it's got he's got something there. I don't like government control. You know, just another government control, government control, government control. It'd be nice to get the news out there, and maybe the town could provide a dumpster a dumpster at each park. And there's a foam dumpster, there's a bag dumpster, and there's a paper dumpster, and have the local dumpster guys pick it up every so often, recycle. I know RAP has a recycle truck. So instead of demanding, you suggest that we use these facilities, and I think people today are more conscious and would use them. I know in my apartments in the North End, we have recyclables in the trash buckets, and they're using them. It's not perfect yet, but I think a suggestion and a plan rather than a demand is the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zanfrillo?
Hi, my name is Paul Zanfrillo, 7 Windward Circle. I am also the chair of the Economic Development Committee. And what I would ask the council to please consider on this is that, you know, if you look at the businesses in Narragansett, they're really skewed. We have a few really huge businesses, Marshall's, Stop and Shop, Dunes Club. They're part of multi-billion, well, not the Dunes Club, but the other ones are part of multi-billion-dollar corporations, and they're well equipped to deal with the change. You know, it's not the first time that it would be done for a lot of these companies. And they also have the biggest impact, right? Most of the plastics and things are going to be coming out of those facilities, those businesses. So I would like it if you would consider to please have some sort of, maybe it's based on number of employees or revenue, because there are a lot of businesses that are small mom and pops, right, that don't really generate a lot, but this could be a burden on them. The survey is from 2017 about polling the businesses. I would even, suggest that we'd be happy to put it on the agenda for the EDC to explore it and poll the businesses a little bit further, because it may be a disproportionate impact. You're going to get the biggest bang for the buck with the businesses that are most equipped to handle that change. And, it might be an interesting compromise somewhere in between, but we'd be happy to do that, just a consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none. Okay, so I think we've all kind of spoken our points. So we can either do a vote, or Eva, if you wanted to amend it or continue it, pull it, whatever.
Yeah, so I do appreciate all the comments and feedback, and it's just really the intent is just making sure we have something as a town that deals with plastic. So I'm happy to actually try to refer it back, as long as it's not going to take like months to combine the two, because I really think it's just not about the single plastic use bags. It's about just getting all the plastic and just addressing it, because we are a coastal town. And when I was doing the research, pretty much every coastal town has implemented something like this, and several of them are all inclusive, and they're doing just fine. And then they do have businesses and restaurants, and of course we'd be sympathetic to the business community. I know a lot of the polling seems like it had been done from the businesses, and just speaking to the business owners tonight, and just letting them know that we understand their supply chain issues, and of course there's ways to mitigate that even when an ordinance is passed and put in place. So I guess I don't know whether I should just say continue it, or just refer this ordinance to the Conservation Commission to combine it with the ordinance that they've already put together, and it was very well written, and I know that I saw how much work went into it, and just hearing about that. So definitely appreciate that, and at least I think there's a council that would support it.
So James, if we wanted to refer this, could we do that tonight as an amendment?
I think you just make a motion to refer to committee with the expectation they bring it back. You could set a date, but probably it's better to see what their schedule's like.
And then would we vote no on the main motion, or just not vote?
A motion to refer it to committee.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll do that.
With a start date of May 2024?
Well, we're not getting. Okay.
With the start date of ASAP.
Anyone?
All right, so we have
I'm going to make a motion to refer this policy or this ordinance to the Conservation Commission for review.
Okay.
I'll second that.
All right. Any comments from the public? All in favor? Aye. All
And thank you
opposed?
to the Conservation Commission for working on this, because it's less I have to do. So thanks.
Yeah, thank you. So motion approved 4-1. All right. So back to the regular agenda. Actually, do we have a motion to extend 15
I'll
minutes?
make the motion to extend 15 minutes.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion approved 4-1. All right, number 16?
16, yep.
Motion to approve the removal and reinstallation of one pump at the Weta Pump Station by Hart Engineering Corp. in the amount of $9,000, and the evaluation and repair of the pump in the amount of $7,990 by Associated Electromechanics. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Is there a
Second.
All right, discussion? Anyone from the public? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion approved, 5-0. Number 17 from Public Works is a motion to approve the extension of natural gas to the Westmoreland Street Public Works Facility to be installed by National Grid in the amount of $20,730.40. Do we have a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Is there a
Second.
All right, discussion? Okay. Anyone from the public? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion approved, 5-0. Number 18 is a motion to approve the purchase of winter road salt from Eastern Salt Company Incorporated at $67 per ton, delivered for the fiscal year 2021-22 winter season per the town of Exeter's bid award. Do we have a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Second.
Any discussion? Anyone from the public? All in favor? Aye. Motion approved, 5-0. Number 20 is from Parks and Rec. It's a motion to approve the purchase and installation of 160 linear feet of 30-inch high protective ball netting at the Parks Maintenance Garage from Costco Incorporated in the amount of $63,200.
I'll move the motion.
Second.
Okay, so this comes from Parks and Rec. So this would be over at the large Sprague, behind the, basically between the field and the garage. But I'll let Michelle speak on it.
So yes, this is the area that is basically along the left field, third base line. It's 162 feet that basically runs right along where the Parks Maintenance Garage is located. And going back, giving you a little detail about how this project came to fruition. Pretty much back to 2014 through the present, we've had 7 windshields smashed with from department vehicles. Additionally, there's been a few emails, 2 that I have here, sent by the parks foreman, indicating safety concerns with staff working in and around the garage area, and being told to move quickly, almost getting struck by a baseball. So again, it's a safety issue for sure. I understand it is a tremendous amount of money. It is part of a phased project that I would like to see followed through. The cost to replace the entire fence around Sprague is on my CIP over the next 2 years. The total price is $152,000. So I'm hoping that if we can approve this particular part of this project and then phase into getting the rest of the fencing replaced. But again, this fencing again is going to be on a system where it can be raised and it can be dropped down during the winter months, again, so it could be put away and stored safely, so it's not in the elements when it's not needed. So again, due to safety concerns of our staff, again, numerous incidents where staff have almost been struck by flying baseballs. Additionally, in the past 5 years, we've had 5 new department vehicles approved that have been purchased for the department in the amount of just under $220,000. So in the interest of our fleet vehicles, keeping them safe, keeping them in good condition, we respectfully request that this be approved.
Thanks, Michelle. Any questions, or sorry, any comments from the public? Any additional questions from the council?
No, I just want to thank Michelle for explaining that, because I was looking at that invoice and like, what is this? So, thank you, I appreciate that.
Okay, all right, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion approved, 5-0. Okay, number 21 is a motion to schedule the annual town council and school committee work session on the fiscal year 22-23 school budget as required by Rhode Island General Laws 16-21. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Second. Okay, and this would be a suggested date of December 20th. So it's the second meeting in December. It'll be 6:30, so before the regular town council meeting. We do this every year. Any discussion?
6:30.
Any questions or any comments from the public? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion approved, 5-0. Number 22 is a motion to approve the renewal of We did that. We did 23.
We're on 24.
24 is a motion to schedule a work session to conduct interviews for the planning board. Do we have a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Second.
All right, so we did this with the last planning board appointment. It's not required, but we've said as a council that we wanted to do this in the past. This would be the same situation. So this is for the seat that Dr. O'Neill currently holds. And this would be a suggested date of December 6th, so the next December meeting at 6 p.m. And we would potentially do the zoning interviews the same night and get those done.
So can you just explain, because Dr. O'Neill asked to be reappointed?
Right, and that was the case. But so what we've done as a council is said that even with reappointments, for planning and zoning, we were going to interview. I'm not saying that you've committed to that or, personally, but that's what we voted to do. And we did that because remember, Don Layton was actually up for reappointment before we scheduled that interview. He later resigned and said he didn't want it, but at that point, he was going for a reappointment.
But are you, Jesse,
So
are you
we're-
saying the planning and the zoning going to be on the same night? Is that what
We
you
don't
just-
have to interview all these people because many of them already have other positions, right?
Yeah, so last time what we did was we sent the the candidates that we were individually interested in interviewing, we sent those to Janet, personal emails, and then she combined those and gave us our list. So I think we had 3.
Okay.
So.
We'll do the same thing.
Same thing.
You're not going to interview O'Neill, right?
We would. I mean, if people wanted to interview him to reappoint him, then we would of course, yeah, he would interview just like everybody else.
So I would send his name.
If someone says they want to bring him in to interview.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. Okay, so these interviews would be December 6th at 6 p.m. Any other questions? All right, anyone from the public? Okay, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? Okay, motion approved 5-0. Number 25 is a motion to schedule a work session to conduct interviews for the zoning and plating board.
I'll move the motion.
Second.
I just have a question. I'm just nervous we're not going to have enough time if you have 3 or 4 people that you want to interview for the planning at 6 o'clock, and you're going to try to do the zoning too.
Well, we'd have
Depends how
45
many
minutes,
need-
we'd have 45 minutes per board. So,
As long
I'm
as
thinking,
everybody, you don't have a long list
We
of
already interviewed
applicants.
2 of the people for planning. already,
right, so we wouldn't have to bring them back in for planning. But this would give us 45 minutes per board. I think last time, one of those interviews was under 10 minutes. So I think it works. We talked about this during the agenda setting, and it seemed like it would work. So this would be the same night. And what we would do is either do planning at 6 and zoning at 6:45, or the opposite, depending, I guess, on the schedules of the people that we're interviewing.
So are we going to automatically interview the rest of the people on the zoning board? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, there's a-
It would be the same thing, so whoever,
Depends how many names you submit. So if
whenever
we have
you
a long list-
submit whatever names you're interested in
Oh, I see,
bringing
okay.
in.
Oh, okay, I get it.
That's where it could be time consuming.
It could be, it didn't happen with planning though
Right.
last time.
Right.
Nervous
But we only
about
ended up
that.
with 3, right?
Yeah, and we're doing 2, so
Okay.
I'm kind of nervous about.
All right.
Janet will see the list. If it's under 5, it can work. If there's a greater list, then we might have to rethink that.
We could always reschedule those
All right.
if necessary. So.
I'm getting your voice thing.
The 6th, we have a public hearing maybe? Right, but this is before the meeting. Okay? Any other questions or comments?
No.
Anyone from the public? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion approved 5-0. All right, number 26, a motion to adopt a resolution, order, and decree on the partial road abandonment of Sunset Shore Drive, being the portion of Sunset Shore Drive which abuts lots 162, 163, 164, and 234 on Assessor's Plat R1. Do we have a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. So what we have is basically formalizing the resolution. We have to do this as a resolution. We already approved the abandonment based on the fact that we couldn't charge for it. It was recommended from the planning board, and this would be the resolution to go with that. Any discussion from the council?
Yep, I do. I just want to make some comments, and it's kind of in line with what Mr. Vandermeesh was saying. So I'm going to just do this as a ceremonial no for this, and then just some of my thoughts and comments are that, you know, the land is valuable. You know, there's a finite amount of land, and there's less and less due to sea level rise, and the town has traditionally given away land, also now known as abandonment. And even if the town decided to sell land versus give it away, we can't. Our hands are tied. In this past election, there was a referendum that was on the ballot that passed and had unintended consequences. While the intent was to block the sale of the Belmont, it paralyzed the town. The town is no longer allowed to sell any property, including vehicles and excess equipment, without a referendum. For those who have attended meetings this year, you know that we have had to give away excess vehicles and other equipment and assets instead of being able to sell them as we have in the past. And the reason that I'm bringing this up is because it's going to take 12% of signatures from residents to have a referendum item on the ballot to repeal this ill-conceived policy that is adversely impacting the town. And I know that the next election is November 2020, but I think this is so important, and I'd even entertain the idea of having a special election to change course on this issue that's stifling the town. So again, my problem is not in disposing land. I just don't think it's a good practice to give land away. And land in our town is extremely valuable. We should be able to sell any surplus real property or tangible assets that have value but are not needed by the town. So that was just all I had to say.
All right, thank you.
So when are you going to start a campaign to get that overturned there, or repeal here? Or?
Maybe he should. But what we're working with now is that we can't charge for land that we abandon. So anything else? All right. Anyone from the public? Stanley? Stanley, I thought you'd be up here for the baseball net, but we got you for this.
I know, I trust her. I trust her that she did a good job in checking it out. Are we
sorry,
giving,
can you, just state your-
Stan Wojciechowski, 1044 Boston Neck Road. Are we giving away stuff? How come I didn't know we're giving away stuff? We're not selling it, we're giving it away? Is there a list of stuff we're giving away so I can get on the list to get some stuff? I don't understand that. What's happening here? Is that really happening?
Giving away plastic bags here, sure.
I didn't know if we're giving away trucks. Are we giving away copying machines? Are we can't sell them. I guess Dr. Vandermeesh should be here, really. You know, so we can't sell them, so we're giving stuff away. That's not good. So we're losing money by giving stuff away.
That's right.
Well, then we should have a list somewhere so we all know what you're giving away. So maybe somebody can make a donation
But we do donate.
if they receive a truck.
We do donate.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
No. If
we get a donation.
If you can get the donation, if I get a free truck, let's say you got an old truck and you're going to throw it away. Well, I'll come and take it instead. You don't have to throw it away, and I might give you a $500 donation for the truck. Okay, rather than have it scrapyard or wherever it goes. I don't know where it goes. It's the first time I heard of that. Yeah, let's fix it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, for the record, you can only have so many unregistered vehicles in your yard there.
I know, but I could get rid of some of those because some of these, I'm sure, are better than what I got over there.
Thank you, Stanley. Anyone else?
I can't throw anything away. That's the problem, you know. That's the disposal problem.
All right, so we have the motion to adopt the resolution. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, and you're all opposed? All right, motion approved 4-1. Counselor Drzezinski opposing. 27. Motion to read, pass, and adopt as a second reading a resolution amending the official list of parking restrictions and regulations in the town of Narragansett in accordance with the Narragansett Code of Ordinances to restrict parking on both sides of Center Road. Do we have a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Is there a second? second by Patrick, and this is your item.
Right, right. Yeah, this is a dead-end street off Bridgetown Road. Narrow, you can't park on one side of the street without somebody passing. So this would provide no parking, so residents can get out of their respective properties, up and down.
All right, do we have a motion to extend by 15 minutes?
I'll make the motion to extend the meeting
Second.
15 minutes.
All right, motion by Susan, second by Patrick. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Did you vote no again?
Come on. All right, motion approved 4-1. You want to continue, or are you good?
No, I'm good.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, we discussed this last meeting. I don't know if everyone checked out the road, but we approved it.
Central, yeah.
Anyone from the public wishing to speak? All right, everyone good to call the vote? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion approved, 5-0. Number 30. Number 30 is a motion to direct the town manager and town planner to draft an ordinance establishing performance criteria for the regulation of accessory dwelling units, ADUs, or in-law apartments for family use in single-family homes.
I'll move the motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion by Susan, second by Eva. This comes from Councilors Kopech and Murray. And we all have to vote in favor because these two came together on
This
an
is a
item.
forced vote. This is east meets west.
He came to me, I just want you to know that.
All right. Who wants to speak on this
He's
first?
desperate.
So do you want to?
Oh, am I going to do this? All right. The recommendation is a motion to direct the town manager and town planner to draft an ordinance establishing performance criteria for the regulation of accessory dwelling units or ADUs or in-law apartments for family use in single-family homes. Summary is the Rhode Island General Assembly passed a law in 2019 expanding the state mandate to accommodate accessory dwelling units for all family members, not just those with disabilities or who are 62 years old or older. Due to the increase of the cost of living in Narragansett and throughout the country, family members are moving back home or taking in relatives to offset increased living costs. Recent state laws provide funding for home health management for elderly or disabled family members in need of full or part-time health issues that require supervision. Narragansett's current zoning ordinance does not provide the specific regulations directing the floor area access, parking, or other standards that may be needed to adequately regulate the development of ADUs in town. Several communities in Rhode Island have already passed such ordinances. It would be appropriate and timely to adopt a similar regulation in Narragansett to ensure appropriate scale and standards be met for construction of ADUs in single-family homes. I read this too fast, Pat. There's two other typos in there. Anyway, the reason that, I don't know what the reason was why Patrick asked me to join up, but the reason I did was because I had attended the first meeting of the Affordable Housing Committee, and we had a very enlightening conversation with some folks who did a presentation from South Kingstown and what they were working on. And one of the things they talked about were accessory dwelling units, and they talked about them not only for kids moving back home or parents needing to move, in near their children, but also because there is a considerable dearth of dwellings available for single people, young people leaving, college, graduating from college, finding a place to live, and also single-parent families where there might be one child and a mother or a father. And so these are dwellings that would help support that process. And so I agree that this is a good idea. And I thought, even though normally I would just, I actually suggested that maybe we should send this to the Affordable Housing Committee. I suggested that to Patrick. But the fact is that there's a pretty major need here. And I think that we can move forward with this.
And I just want to, I'm thrilled that you're doing that. We do have it on the agenda, so that's good. So it's by the same community development guy
Yeah,
right there.
I know.
So it's
Mike,
great.
your job is safe.
Yeah,
That's all I can say.
All right. Patrick, anything to add?
Ditto.
There you go.
Mike did a great job. He assisted me with this, and since the passage of a 3-student, you got investors heading towards 3-bedroom, 2-bedroom houses. This is the way to have internal expansion so families can stick together and offset living costs. It's long overdue.
All right, Eva, any thoughts?
I like it.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm 100% in support of this as well, for all the reasons that you mentioned. And just to add, we do have a pretty strong service industry in town, but it's not possible for almost all of those people working those jobs to live in Narragansett. So having these ADUs for single individuals is just another way to make that possible. And then the older populations living with their children, like you mentioned before, is really key as well. All right, anyone from the public? Mr. Ferrandi. Steve, please state your full name and address.
Steve Ferrandi, 44 Sylvan Road. Thank you, council members. I do agree that there's a need for, situations like this. I just would caution that all the development standards are kept so it stays within, a strict in-law apartment or something like that, and they pay attention to the density, and it doesn't change our current zoning so much where you end up with a mini apartment building or something like that. That's really what my fear is, because there's been a lot of taking advantage over the years with all the rules we didn't have. So I would just caution that whenever Mike does work on it, that it's at least, up to some standards where it doesn't upset our own zoning. And, we got the bulk zoning, we've got a lot of different things going now. So we're going to make exceptions for it. So just pay attention to that. It'd be something to be considered. But there is a need for trying to get, more people try to live a little closer. I believe in the state there's some sort of in-law ordinance now, and I think it's directed as longevity. The building has to stay that way. If it's sold, it has to be operated the same way as far as family or relations. So that way down the road, we're not worrying about it on some unintended consequences. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
This ordinance mirrors the state guidelines.
Mr. Wojciechowski?
Stan Wojciechowski, 1044 Boston Road. I guess, does this sound like every house is going to be available for a duplex? I mean, are we going to send policemen in there to make sure that they're related, not related, students, sons, daughters, mothers, friends? I might have friends. Friends of my son. My grandson has some friends. And when my grandson leaves, I'd like to rent to his grandfriends in my accessory dwelling. And he's got no job now. He's out of college. So I'm gonna be able to rent to college students now, or maybe graduates that just got out looking for a job. My son's living with 3 of them. They're looking for a job. So as they find a job, I guess individually they'll try to find a single dwelling somewhere they can go to. And now we got a police action to go into these houses and make sure they're related, unrelated, students, non-students. I guess I like this idea. I can all our single families now can become 2 units somehow. I don't know, a police action problem I see coming down the road here. It's not only old people, grandmother, grandfather, aunt, uncle, friend of my father, friend of my uncle. They all need a place to live. Needy. I have some people who can't afford rent, so I can put them up and charge them only $400 a month. I got a fellow right now, he can't afford $700, $650. If I had a accessory dwelling, I could put him in, I'm sure he'd qualify for $350. And you're gonna tell me I can't rent to him? Poor guy, he's got a job, he needs something for $350. So I can maybe put him up in my, some 3-bedroom house somewhere. So we're stepping off into here into violating zoning laws, I guess. And yeah, you say it's for the needy, but qualify who's the needy. Based on, I guess it's going to be based on income or something like that, huh? I don't know. I can just see all the single families. Again, I see all the single families going to duplexes, essentially, or 2 units. Yeah, accessory dwelling, it's a second unit. So we're all going to 2 units, as long as we know what we're doing. So all in Narragansett now, your 3 bedrooms are going to go into 2 units somehow. They're going to have anything with a garage can be changed to second unit. As long as we're aware that's where we're going, and it's okay, everybody's aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Zanfrillo?
Hi, Paul Zonfrillo, 7 Winwood Circle. My concern is that, Mr. Murray made a reference to this 3-student, that this is going to be used to go around that ordinance, that you're going to have another structure and then there'll be a separate lease for that structure. So that has to be addressed because this is the kind of loophole that the big money investors love to exploit. And we're just opening the door right up for them. So that's something you definitely have to worry about.
Can I say something?
Yeah, this is related, this is relation only, and the Champlin family down in Point Jude, they just had a problem. They wanted to keep their father with them, and they couldn't, and there was an in-law ordinance in place. They would have had an easier time down there. So this is what it's about. This is about local families who are not investors. They want to take care of mom and pop, and they're keeping them at home, or they have, somebody who's handicapped, related. They want to keep it home, keep an eye on them. There's provisions by the state where we're getting in line with the state. We do have in-law provision. It is antiquated, and this is just being in line with the state outline, guidelines for in-law apartments. So that's what this is about. This isn't, ringing the dinner bell for investors, okay? It's bad enough you went to a 3-student, and now investors are going to 3 bedrooms and turning 2 bedrooms into 3 bedrooms, and they get $900 a bedroom. So you got your 3 students, so this is what's happening, so. Tell me I'm wrong.
All right. Anyone else from the public? All right, any other council questions or comments? Okay, so this would direct the town manager and town planner to draft the ordinance. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion approved, 5-0. Our last item is number 31, a motion to approve changes to future planning board terms appointments to be in line with the 2012 referendum vote regarding board and commission term limits. Do we have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Is there a second? Is there a second?
Yeah, this is just no. It's just an explanation, so it's not really, so this is on just for transparency's sake. No, listen, it's quick. So, because Jesse and I have discussed this already. So as we know that there were, with the 2012 referendum, it was, recommended for 2 3-year terms unless otherwise specified by general law or ordinance. So that was passed, never enforced by previous councils. But unlike zoning boards that require 5-year terms per state statute, planning boards do not require 5-year terms. And so in the statutes for planning, it just talks about, a planning board or commission consists of no less than 5 members, and appointments are made for terms of a length that the terms of no more than 1/3 of the members of the board or commission expire each year. So when I was looking at this, I'm like, all right, this is great. We have 5 members. Let's just change it to, when we change it to the 3-year term, I kind of outlined what the terms are going to look like. And it looked like it was going to work. And then Jesse looked at it closer and said, no, there's going to be 2 terms expiring, which is going to be greater than the 1/3 expiration. And then Steve Marcella did look at it, and he said the only way that we'd be able to go to 3-year terms is if we expanded the, amount of members on the planning board. So again, it doesn't work. If we keep it to 5 members, the 3-year term is not going to work with it in terms of the, the state statute of 1/3 of members not expiring each year. So anyway, it's just here to present, and that's all. It's it's whether we go forward, we either leave the planning board as is, which is 5-year terms, which work, even though it's not in, it's not in the referendum. But traditionally, our members have been 5-year members, and we are limiting the terms to two terms. So that's kind of all I had to say about this.
All right, thanks, Eva. Any other discussion from the council? No? Okay. So yeah, I mean, I think it's good to get kind of that out for the public so they understand the limitations of what we could do with those terms. And the other thing that we had looked into was adding an alternate to the planning board to make it 6 instead of 5, which would change the percentages, but it turns out the alternate member doesn't count towards that percentage because they're not a sitting member, they don't have a full seat, right, a voting member. So we'd have to do like 7 seats. Yeah, 7 or 9 seats. But anyway, so that's the situation. Anyone from the public wishing to speak on this? Okay. Eva, did you want to pull this? You could table it if you want. Well, it's still like out there to be discussed, but at no specific time. Okay.
Then pull it, I would say.
James, do you have a recommendation?
Either
can vote it down, or we can
vote it down, or you can make a motion to postpone it indefinitely.
I would just in case this issue comes up again, like say, like I don't know, just like we can just postpone it indefinitely. It's out there, it's not, you know. So anyway, that's what.
All right, that's fine. Okay, you want to do a motion to table it?
Yeah, table it.
All right, is there a second? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Would you guys vote? No?
She said aye.
Okay, motion approved.
No, you called the ayes.
Right, you're nay. All opposed?
Nay.
Okay, motion approved 4-1. All right, do we have a motion to adjourn?
I'll move that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.